I've spent a lot of time on the road, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's that freedom is too valuable to throw away. Don't trade your freedom for a DUI.
West.
Yes. Smith. You need.
Both of y'all.
Yeah. Thank you.
Y'all may be seated. Let's bring Mr. White. All right, let's get on the record. This is cause number F25-00179, Sal, the state of Texas versus Kewon White. That's your name, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Are both sides ready to proceed with the trial this morning?
Take for Your Honor.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Let's bring it in.
All right.
Y'all may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for being here early as you could. I know traffic was impossible this morning, but you all made it here. And thank you so much for your patience. All right, so today, this trial will start in earnest. First, I'm going to have the state present the indictment.
Thank you, Your Honor. I proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the indictment. Provides the defendant notice and outlines the elements that the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Indictment number F25-00179. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dallas County, state of Texas, duly organized in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did then and there intentionally and knowingly cause the death of Melvin Noble, an individual hereinafter called deceased, by shooting the deceased with a firearm a deadly weapon of the deceased for remuneration and the promise of remuneration from marquis conduct, namely United States currency, against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by the foreman of the grand jury.
Thank you. And to this indictment, what is Mr. White's plea?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Mr. White, please not guilty.
Does the statement opening?
We would, Your Honor.
How many minutes do you need? 15?
That should be sufficient, Your
All
Honor.
right.
Thank you. May I proceed?
15.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long 2 days to start. The 14 of y'all are the ones that are facts and evidence that are going to come from that witness stand. And for that, we are thankful. You've heard a lot about the law. And I'm going to try and give you a roadmap now of what I believe the evidence and the witness tests to. April 11th of 2020 on I-35 as you approach into downtown Dallas, right before you get to the zoo. Stopping at noon, broad daylight, cars all over the freeway. The victim in a gold Honda gets out of his car, tries to go to the passenger's side looking for something. Realizes
Trading finds peace. Step up with over 4.5 million traders worldwide who trust FTMO. Backed by more than 45,000 verified reviews. Trusted by traders, proven by results. FTMO. Learn more.
you're going to see some of the photos and see what appears to be Mr. Noble take even his last few breaths. But it wasn't just about that day. In fact, the defendant, at about 6 p.m. the night before, had gone over to the Arroyo Apartments in West Dallas. And he sat there and stalked Mr. Noble like an animal. And then about 11:45 the next day, you'll see surveillance video of both of them leaving, going down Ledbetter, and then getting on the highway. What you're going to come to find out is Melvin Noble was known, not just in Dallas, not just in the state, but nationally and internationally, for his amazing talents as a rapper, an artist, but he was so much more than that. He was a son, he was a brother, and he was a father. What you're also going to learn is that in the years leading up to 2020, there was a beef that was going on in Dallas, Texas, between really two rising stars in the rap scene, a third rapper, I guess, and Trap Boy Freddy. But there was a beef between Melvin Noble, our victim, also known as Mo3, or Bubba, as his family calls him, and Yellow Beezy. Real name is Marquise Conway. You're going to hear testimony, and there's, as defense told you yesterday in Murd3r, there's terabytes and terabytes and 250 witnesses. I promise I respect y'all's time enough to not call 250 witnesses. I'm going to try and call just the right amount for y'all to have everything that you need to go back there and find the defendant guilty of capital murder. But it will take some time to develop. There'll be people from Dallas Police Department, Dallas Fire and Rescue. There'll be experts on cell phone mapping, cell phone extraction. You'll see financial records. You'll hear from the FBI. You're going to hear from the ATF. You're going to hear from Ms. Noble. And what I want you to remember was yesterday, from those of you that had Murd3r yesterday, 2 days ago, for those of you who had it 2 days ago, was I want you to remember that puzzle that Ms. Biggins put up and talked about the pieces. And I think it's important. I don't typically like to use that example, but in this case, more than any other, I think it's important. Because you're going to hear a lot of evidence that at the moment might not make sense to you. And that's okay. Just know that if it's being brought forward, it's being brought forward for a reason. So over the next week, week and a half, know that every piece we bring, every witness, it will tie in at the end. And I'm just asking that you be patient with us and know that we have a lot to get through in the years that came before this and the investigation that took place in November of 2020 and the following investigation afterwards. You will have no doubt that it was the defendant that day. And that after he killed Melvin Noble, Bubba, he went and burned up his clothes. A week later, he tries to get out of town. You're going to hear from him on a call where he talks about just being paid $20,000. And ultimately, when he speaks to Detective Barnes, who's a task force officer with the ATF, unprovoked, when asked about why does he think Melvin Noble was killed, he's going to bring up Yellow Easy in the beef because he knows. Now he will distance himself from his involvement, but you're going to see this. You're going to see videos. You're going to see interviews. And when we talk about those pieces of the puzzle, and as you put them, there's going to be only one just verdict. And I want you to remember those questions about who would you hire? Why would you hire them? And when you watch some of these videos, who would do and act like this? And what would cause to do this in broad daylight with no regard for anybody else on that highway and who else they may enjoy? At the end of this, we're going to ask that you return the only just verdict in this case. And that's a verdict guilty on capital murder. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the defense wish to make another statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
May it please the court. Counsel. If there is one thing that we can agree on, it's that no one likes to be used. No one likes to be misled. And the evidence that the state is going to present to you is going to have you, the jurors, making leaps of faith. But I submit to you that this is not a church, this is a courtroom, and the law demands evidence. You're going to see that the state's case is riddled with speculations, assumptions, and flawed conclusions. Now, in Murd3r, we talked to you a lot about beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's verdict. They bought the indictment, they have to prove it. It's their capital murder case that is on trial. What are they going to be able to prove to you? It is not for you to use your imagination to help bridge the gap of their evidence. It is for you to demand that they bring you the evidence and close the gaps for you. Now you're going to hear, and I agree with the state, you're going to hear lots of information. But amassing information does not mean that the state has proven its case. You're going to hear about videos, social media, associations, friendships, rivalries, enemies. You're gonna hear about rap lyrics, cars. I submit to you, you're gonna hear a lot of information. But that doesn't mean the state has proven this case. This feud goes back to 2017. And Melvin Noble, who was the decedent, was initially the instigator of this feud. And you're gonna hear information or evidence that he was upset that he was not included in a song called Six Pick that other local rappers from Dallas was included in. And this is how it all gets started. And you're gonna hear that Melvin Noble had many people that didn't like him. And based on his rap lyrics, you're gonna hear that he had many people that he antagonized. And just like the state said, trap were afraid he was one of them. You're also gonna hear, ladies and gentlemen, about credible witnesses. We talked about that. You're gonna hear some personal witnesses that it's gonna be incumbent that you use your independent judgment, because each of you independently have to decide the facts of this case. And I want you to question your motivations. What do they have to gain? What do they have to lose? Because that's gonna be highly important here. You're also going to hear, and I want to spend a little bit of time on Detective Barnes. He's the lead investigator on this case. And he's going to tell you that he's been looking into this because there's been several shootings and several homicides connected to the Dallas rap scene. And he had a lot of unsolved murders related to this case on his desk. The problem with that is that as he started to amass this accumulation of evidence, it's 20 terabytes, this shift in his investigation of evidence was shown. Stopped being, what does the evidence prove? And it started being the statement, let me make all this evidence fit into my theory. And that's where you come in. That's where they want you to come in. To make the untethered, disconnected, and flawed conclusions connect for them. They want you to speculate and make assumptions. But every time you speculate, remember we talked about the presumption of innocence? That erodes Mr. Wright's presumption of innocence every time you speculate. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear a lot about this case. We ask that you keep an open mind. We ask that you always think of this presumption of innocence. We ask that if every time you speculate, say, what is the state trying to prove to me? And what is it really inferring? What do they want me to infer? What is the evidence really show? Because that's important here. Because they're going to want you to interpret rap lyrics from years before. They're going to want you to interpret phone conversations. They're going to say that associations just by meeting up is a connection. Simple things. People who have known each other since high school, years, just because they met up one day. That's going to be indicative of something that related to this capital murder. You will see that all the evidence, whether it's the text messages, photographs, phone calls, communications, meetups, associations, in their eyes, their theory has become totally focused, and everything in Detective Barnes' eyes and the state's eyes has now confirmed that a capital murder has come, and this is why we're here. But we ask you not to let them do that. Not to let them speculate, not to let them use this untethered information. After you hear all the evidence, and I submit you'll probably be here 2 weeks, we're going to stand before you and we're going to ask that you find Mr. White not guilty of capital murder. Because the state will not be able to prove this case with credible, reliable, and trustworthy evidence that anyone, Marquise Conway, specifically that's named in the indictment, gave Kewon White payment or promise of payment or promise for payment for Melvin Noble's death. And all the evidence that the state has is mere speculation, assumptions, and flawed conclusions for remuneration. We're gonna ask you to find out. Thank you.
Thank you. Does he decide, which to invoke the rule?
Yes, Your Honor, the defense would invoke the rule at this time.
Okay. All right, both sides are instructed to tell their witnesses, both their witnesses on the list, potential witnesses, not to remain in the courtroom while testimony is going on, and not to discuss each other's testimony with anybody. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state ready to call the first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. State would call Ms. Nicole Noble.
Just want to, if you raise your right hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. State name, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. You nervous? Okay. Would you mind just introducing yourself to this jury? Order.
My name is Nicole Noble, that's Nichole, last name Noble.
Take a second.
This has been a long time coming.
And again, if you need to take a break, compose yourself, that's perfectly fine. And I just want to kind of start with some of the basics. Where are you from?
We're from McKinney, Texas.
And when you say we're from McKinney, Texas, how many, do you have a husband? Are you married? Been married? Do you have kids? Tell me a little bit about your family.
I have an ex-husband,
Okay.
Melvin's dad, but I am the mother of two. I have two boys. Melvin was my oldest. I also have a younger son that's still with us,
And what's his name?
Corey Simpson.
And as far as your ex, not trying to bring that up, but what was his name?
Melvin Senior, Melvin Noble Senior.
Okay, and so Melvin, who we're going to be talking about during this trial, he was a junior.
Yes.
What was Melvin's birthday?
He was born May 31st, 1992.
And I know I've been referring to him as Melvin Noble, and I said Mo3, but what did you call him as his mother?
I call him the Melvin, but the whole family, he's Bubba. He's Uncle Bubba, he's Bubba to the family, but he's Lil Melvin to me forever.
And just, if you wouldn't mind, I know this church heard a little bit just from opening statements about what he did professionally, but can you tell us a little bit about how Melvin got into rap? How did that career take off? Or when did he begin rapping or singing?
I would say he was born into music, so he's been singing all his life. He could hold 2-part harmony at the age of 2, but rapping, I would say maybe about 7, 8. I can remember him writing his first rap on an Easter program. We used to have Easter programs, so he wrote his first rap on the Easter program.
And when you say on the Easter program, that was at the church?
At the church.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, your name.
Now, Ms. Noble, in the past few years that you and I have gotten to know each other, I asked for you to provide me with some photos, and I appreciate you provided me with quite a few, and I appreciated that. But States Exhibit 1, States Exhibit number 2, and States Exhibit 3, are those photos that you provided to me?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, from passion projects to enterprise-grade systems, everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you.
Start with number 2. I kind of went back and forth for a little while. If you wouldn't mind, I know there was a story behind States Exhibit 2. Can you tell the jury just a little bit about States Exhibit number 2?
This photo was the last photo of my birthday when I was 48. So that's why that one meant so much, because he sent me on a trip to Vegas, and that was our picture before I got on the plane. And that was that was my last birthday with him.
And what year was that photo taken?
In 2019.
So this was not too far before the time when he was actually murdered, correct?
Well, that was December 2019.
So the next year, the following year.
The following year, it was my birthday. He didn't make it to my birthday the following year.
Gotcha. And Your Honor, permission to publish States Exhibits 1, 2, and 3. If I forgot, I apologize.
You may.
Thank you. States Exhibit number 1, and I know it's kind of hard, but look all right there. When was this photo taken?
That one was taken in 2019 as well, of him and the kids. That was 2019 as well.
And are these his babies?
Those are his kids.
Okay. And just, if you wouldn't mind, would you mind sharing who they are?
The boy that's Trayvon, that's his oldest. This is Malaysia Nicole. That's the next one, and the baby is Malia Nicole.
So Malaysia on the far left.
Yes.
Okay. And how old are they now?
They are 7, 8, and 9.
Can you just kind of let the jury know just a little bit about LaMelvin or Bubba, just not the star rapper. What would you like to know, or the jury to know about him as a person?
Well, he was a family man. He loved his family. He loved his mama. I know that. But he was LaMelvin and Bubba to us. It was never Mo3 at home, because it wasn't about rap at home. It was always, like I said, Bubba. He loved to make the family laugh. He was gonna be the clown. He was always our entertainment. He could turn any kind of day. I mean, we could be having a bad day. He gonna make it good. And he was just my baby. He was my baby. It was, no, I never referred to him as Mo3 till after he died, and he's still a Melvin, but it was never that at home. He liked to play Connect Four. He liked to sing. We did all of that at home. Like I said, he was our entertainment. Every holiday, every family gathering, it's gonna be him.
And so he began his love of music at an early age.
As a baby.
And sang in the church.
Yes.
In fact, you still sing in the church, is that right?
I was a choir director, and so my kids, when nobody else wanted to sing, my kids had to sing and have a choice.
And as he got older, is that when he found a love and a passion for rapping?
Like I say, he always did it. He always did the music. He just, I gotta say, it saw fit for him to, what I say, make it, because, you know, everybody around us wanted to rap and sing, and he made it. That's, in our eyes, he made it.
And your ex-husband, Melvin Senior, both of y'all sang, is that fair?
Yes.
So in State's Exhibit number 3, is this a photo of your son Melvin Noble performing?
Yes.
And the name Mo3, I know a lot of people pronounce it wrong or say it wrong or spell it wrong, but where does Mo3 come from?
His dad used to be called Triple L Cool Bell. And
Triple L Cool Melvin.
LaMelvin took his name. That's all I can tell him. I told him all the time, you took your daddy's name. So he said he's a Mo of 3. So his daddy was already called 3. So he went from Lil 3 to he's Mo3.
And that stuck. I mean, that was
Yes.
until his last day on earth. And now, October of 2020, I'm sure the jury remembers, but we were in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. But was he still traveling a bunch and still performing and recording and everything?
That I knew that he was.
Okay. And here I'm at information to move about freely throughout the testimony.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to share what's been marked as State's Exhibit 998. That's previously been admitted for record purposes. Just a calendar of the months of October 2020, November 2020, and December 2020. Do you remember this time period of those dates? I mean, you remember this year?
I remember.
State would offer State's Exhibit 998, previously tendered to defense for all purposes.
May I just review that? I'm sorry. No objection.
State's Exhibit 998 is admitted for all purposes.
And Your Honor, State would offer State's Exhibit 999 for demonstrative purposes only.
And what is 999?
It's the same calendar that's on 998,
Just a bigger.
Yes,
version?
correct.
Okay.
And there appears to be things on there that maybe can be removed at some points. It's not just blank. I don't know what's under there.
There's nothing in there. That's all correct.
Okay. All right, then I don't have objection to 999.
All right. State's Exhibit 999 is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Now, back in November of 2020. Yeah, I'm just showing you a smaller photo here of State's Exhibit 2 that we've already published. You see that? I'm gonna put that over here on State's Exhibit 999. Just a smaller picture for now of the family.
Yeah, Your Honor, I'm so sorry. Can we just scoot it back so that we can see what's being placed on there?
Will the jury be able to see what's on it from that far back? Okay. You can scoot it back a little bit. The jury said they'll be able to see.
And the full-size photo is already in evidence, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Mr. White cannot see the board.
Are you able to fit it over there by the door?
I'll try. For now, Your Honor, I think that'll work.
Okay, can the jury, see that? Okay, good.
Excellent. Now, how did you find out, or when did you learn that your son had been killed?
Well, my baby boy called me. He called me and told me that he had been shot. I then went to the hospital, and after being there about 2 hours, they came and told me that he didn't make it.
November 11th of 2020.
November 11th, 2020.
Sorry. And so approximately what time did you?
It was about, I said about 11, maybe about between 11:45 and 12 noon.
Okay. And just again, what had you learned at that moment? Did you know if he was alive or?
No, when I got the call, no, I didn't know.
Okay. And when you received this call, where did you go?
I went to, I think we were at the Methodist Hospital here in Dallas.
And when you arrived there, was there anybody else there with you?
I came by myself, but the hospital was full of people. But yeah, I was there. I went by myself, but the hospital was full of people already.
Okay. When you say full of people because he had been shot?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived at the hospital, were you able to go back and see him, or what happened when you first?
When I first got to the hospital, I went in, I asked for him. They put me in a room. They told me to wait on the doctor. So I was waiting on the doctor. And like I said, it forever, about 2 hours. And when the detectives and everybody came back, then they came in to tell me that he didn't make it.
And was that a couple hours after?
It was a couple hours after I got there. I had been there a couple hours.
Now, on November 11th, when you got that call, were you surprised that he was even in town, or did you know if he was in town or out of town?
I knew he was coming back that day. He had left. He told me he was going to California. He left, and I knew he was coming back that day, but I didn't know he was already back.
And when you say already back, did you later find out that he actually came back in town on November 10th?
Yes, after he died.
After he died. Leading up to November 11th, had you ever had any concerns about his safety or anything like that?
I didn't like that because I didn't know, I'm old, so I'm not listening to rap. And so I didn't know, again, when he's at home with us, he's not the rapper. He's not Mo3 the rapper. He's Lamel, he Bubba. So we didn't have to worry about none of that at home.
And I know you've heard a lot that's gone on in the years since. Is that fair?
Yes.
But as a mother, that wasn't something that you were privy to or knew about.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Ms. Mo, I know it's been almost 6 years. Before I go through this last exhibit, is there just anything that I've forgotten to ask you that you think is important for me to ask you about what took place in those days, and what you remember from the 11th that this jury was met?
And I apologize, Your Honor, I'm going to just object to that as this is question and answer and not narrative.
Sustained.
Just a reminder, how old was your son in 2020?
He was 28.
And how old were his children?
They were 1, 2, and 3.
Ms. Noble, give a,
Oh, Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Fisherman.
thank you, Your Honor, may I proceed? Now, Ms. Noble, you have a support group here with you. Is that part of your family?
Yes.
Who all is here with you here in the courtroom?
My brothers, my sister-in-law, my nephew, my friend.
And when we met the other day, or a couple weeks ago, I guess, you'd had some questions about the murder itself and how his body was. Is that fair? And you wanted to see a couple of things just to get a better understanding of how he was shot. Is that fair? Now I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 4. You've previously seen it, and I'm just going to show it to you just briefly. And is that your son?
Yes.
And that was after he passed?
Yes.
Could you describe State's Exhibit 4 for the record?
Yes, Your Honor. State's Exhibit number 4, say what our State's Exhibit number 4 for all purposes, which is the living photo, or the identification photo, excuse me, not live photo, identification photo after Mr. Noble had passed, that was taken at Swift's.
Any objections?
The defense stipulates to the photo.
State's Exhibit number 4 is admitted.
Permission to publish.
You may.
Thank you. And Your Honor, I'll be publishing that through the medical examiner to testify later.
That's fine, later on.
Yes, Your Honor. Not with Ms. Noble on stand. All right. Thank you, Ms. Noble. Pass forward.
Defense.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Noble. My name is Bree West. I'm going to just ask you a few questions. If there's anything that I ask you that you don't understand or is confusing, just ask me to rephrase it or repeat it. Is that okay? Okay. So Melvin Noble is your son.
Yes.
And he, obviously you guys were very close, it sounds like. Is that right?
Yes.
Clearly.
Speeding in school zone.
And how he would spend time with you and at your home and play games and things like that. Is that right?
Yes.
And then I also heard you say that Melvin was a different person when he was at home. Is that correct?
Yes. Well, yes.
Yes, he was your son when he was at home. Is that right? Yes. And in fact, you said that you never even called him Mo3. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And you didn't like none of the Mo3 persona was inside of your home.
Right.
And therefore you didn't have any information about things that may have been going on as it relates to the persona Mo3. Is that fair?
Well, I mean, as far as when you're saying anything going on, beef, no. Now, we did listen to some of his music.
Sure, I mean,
You know,
you're-
we have a.
You're gonna be supportive.
Yes.
Finish the answer. Go ahead.
Yes, I mean, we did, like I said, so you're saying not knowing anything about the Mo3. Yes, we
And-
listened to his music
And let me
but
pause.
not like,
Let me stop you just 1 second. I think that I didn't ask a good question. Of course, I assume and believe that you would have supported your son's career. Is that right? and that you would have bought his music, listened to his music, you know, all of the things. Is that right? Okay. I'm talking about Mo3, the performer and the persona. That person, what I understood you to say, wasn't somebody that you spent time with. Is that right? You spent time
Because
with,
he wasn't rapping at home with us. He
right?
wasn't at home performing for us rapping. He did that when he was little, not when he became Mo3 the rapper. No, he wasn't doing that at home with us.
Okay. And so when he became Mo3 the rapper, would you agree with me that Mo3 the rapper was a persona that he put out into the world?
Yes,
And that he did, you know, he grew that persona on social media. Would you agree with that?
yes,
And that he grew it through performing, and sort of online. Is that fair?
yes,
And that because that persona was separate from you, you didn't necessarily know a lot of the things that the persona had going on. Is that fair?
yes.
In terms of any, you know, sort of any issues that the persona, Mo3, had going on. Is that fair?
Yes, correct.
For example, you know, were you aware?
I'm gonna object. She said she had no awareness of the persona or anything going on with the persona. So I think going into 4 examples of them, she said she doesn't. She already answered it.
And I just want to make sure that because it's such a generalized question, I just want to clarify whether or not there's any information that she does in fact know.
Let's tailor it down to what she does know.
Specifically.
Okay.
So you perhaps didn't know about the issues or the problems or the instigation or whatever it is that Mo3, the artist, had. Is that what I heard you say?
Correct.
Okay. But you are aware that there was some conflict and some tension between him and his manager, Rainwater. Is that right?
I don't know what you're talking about right there.
Okay.
What you mean?
That there were issues between him and his manager, Rainwater, that have extended into issues that you have with his ex-manager, Rainwater.
I'm gonna object for relevance,
What?
Your Honor. I don't know how this is relevant at all to anything, Margaret.
Can we approach briefly?
Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, and so what you're saying is, ma'am, that the difficulties that your son had with Go Yayo, Brandon Rainwater, Trap Boy Freddy, Beto, Gunna Music, the issues and the beefs and the problems that he had with all of those people, you're not aware of, is what you're saying?
No, I didn't know any of those people until he died, except Rainwater.
Okay. And so what you now know is that there were disagreements with a bunch of different people and the persona make Mo3 and the performer Mo3.
Again, he wasn't here, so I still don't really know what's to be true and what's not to be true, because again, before he died, I knew none of those people. I knew none of nobody
And
before he died.
And my question is that what you now have learned is that with the performer Mo3, there were conflicts and issues with a bunch of different people.
I've seen that on social media.
And so before, and you don't know anybody named Kewon White, is that right?
I did not know.
And you don't know, you weren't present on the highway on November 11th. You don't know anything that led up to November 11th, is that right? You don't know anything that was existing between any of those Rainwater, any of those people and the persona Mo3 prior to that, is that right?
Rain and Mel didn't have an issue that I knew of, so I don't know what you're actually saying. What's the question again? Because they didn't have an issue as far as I know of.
Right, and I guess that's my question, that you weren't aware of that.
No.
Okay, but you don't know that there wasn't an issue.
Right.
Right. And so are you aware that?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object again because this witness is only here to ID her son and what she knew about that day. She's testified multiple times that she's not aware of any of these people or any of these personas. And defense keeps going down this rabbit hole.
And I apologize, Your Honor, we were just learning about the persona of Mo3 and the person of Mo3, and there was a lot of information put out about that. So I'm just asking for questions following that on that.
I think she's responded that he was this person at home to them. And she does not, are you listening, counsel? That she does not know any of these other people or about any beefs. And so she's not aware of any of this information.
Okay.
So, go ahead, with that in mind, go ahead and tailor your questions to what she does know based on her answers.
Okay, thank you. What I heard you testify to is that you learned that Melvin Noble had come back, that he was in LA prior to November 11th, is that right?
Yes.
And that you believed that he was in LA at least all the way through November 11th, is that right?
Well, I knew he was coming back November 11th.
Yes, thank you for correcting me, coming back November 11th, you knew that.
Yes.
But you later learned that he had come back before November 11th, is that right?
After he died.
And do you know who he was traveling with when he was in LA?
Him and Rain.
Okay.
And Rain.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Rainwater traveled back with him?
I don't know.
Do you know whether or not he was present with him
I don't know.
anytime?
I don't know.
Okay, and the only thing is, this young lady has to write down everything that we're saying.
Okay.
And so that's why it's different. I don't want to talk over you, and I don't want you to talk over me. And so my question is, do you know whether or not when he returned early, whether or not anybody knew, other than the person he was traveling with, that he was coming back early?
No, I don't know.
You said that you did listen to his music. Is that right?
Yes, the part was when he wasn't cussing.
Okay. So a lot of his music did have cuss words in it. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And so are you aware of the content and the things that he was rapping about in his music?
Now, but before he died, no, I didn't know, because a lot of it I listened to after.
And so are you aware that his rap songs are talking about sort of money and shootings and drugs
Yes.
and all of that kind of thing? Okay. And what you're saying is that part of Mo3 you didn't know.
No.
But you are not saying that that's not a part of Mo3 that existed since he rapped about it.
That's not him with me.
Okay. And I think you already answered this, but I want to make sure that you're saying that you're not aware of any conflicts that he had with anyone.
I don't know.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that I understood that. And so you don't know anything about a conflict with the Marquise Conway? That you didn't know that? I mean, maybe after the fact, but you didn't know that at the time, is that right?
Correct.
And so you don't know any of the relationships or the connections between any people?
Objection,
No.
Your Honor, has been answered.
Sustained.
Ms. Noble, we're sorry for your loss. Thank you.
You pass the witness.
Yes.
And state,
Nothing further from the State, Your Honor. This witness finally be excused.
state, defense,
No, Your Honor, we'd like to.
the opportunity to bring it back. Okay.
Yes.
Ms. Noble, you can step down for now, but please don't leave in case, the defense wants to call you, okay? Thank you.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes, you may.
Oh, yeah, hurts.
You all can go back to your seats, please. State, call your next witness.
State Collins Hopkins.
Hopkins, please raise your hand for me. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Please. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name for the court reporter?
Yes, Tamitha Hopkins, Hopkins.
And Ms. Hopkins,
Spell your first name, please.
Tamitha, Tamatha.
Thank you.
and Ms. Hopkins, is it fair you don't particularly want to be here today?
That's correct.
But you've been subpoenaed and we've met, I think, twice now. Is that fair?
That's fair.
I do appreciate you being here. I want to, just a couple of questions. Are you nervous?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you a couple of questions before we start getting into some things. Where are you from generally?
I'm from the Dallas area
And how long have you lived generally in this area?
since 1991.
And as far as your involvement on this case in which you've been brought down here for, it's really only regarding one part of this case. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Now, November of 2020, are you familiar with that date?
Yes.
And what were you doing on November 11th of 2020?
I was en route to a car dealership.
And what roadway were you on en route to that car dealership?
From 20 to 35.
I-20 to I-35?
Yes,
And which direction did you take I-35, north or south?
north.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ms. Hopkins, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked and tendered to the defense of State's Exhibit 45 and 46. Have you had an opportunity to review these prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
And does that show State's Exhibit 45 a zoomed out view of Dallas And then States 46, a zoomed in of the area you're going to testify about.
That's correct.
State would offer States Exhibit 45 and 46 previously tendered to defense.
No objection.
All right, States Exhibits 45 and 46 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish on it.
You may.
All right. Now, States Exhibit number 45, zoomed out view of kind of southern Dallas County. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then on the left-hand side, we see a kind of a fork in the middle of two highways that come together.
Mhm.
Is that where 67 and 35 combine?
Yes.
All right. You're on I-35 heading north, and this is November 11th, 2020. What did you observe that day, or did you observe anything?
Well, I observed right when I was exiting 20 to get on 35, I noticed a black vehicle coming up, approaching pretty quickly behind me from like the DeSoto area.
And what time of day was this?
.30 or 11-ish, I
Okay.
think.
It was almost 6 years ago, right?
Yeah, I remember I had a car appointment, so I think it was at 11, so, or something like that, so,
Okay. Middle of the day.
yes.
Now, can you describe at that time, 35, I know States Exhibit 46, we see here, that is not, is that how it looked back in 2020 with?
The zoo area, right before the zoo, Marcellus on.
And so right here in the middle of State Exhibit 46, we see Clarendon running from the left-hand side of the screen to the right-hand side of the screen. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And as you were driving north approaching Clarendon, and describe for the jury what you saw doing.
And I would
Well-
just, I'm so sorry, ma'am, excuse me, I would just object to the leading.
Sustained.
What did you see the black car doing?
Well, I noticed the black car right as I got on 35. At that point, when they were coming up pretty quickly, they were like changing lanes, trying to get over because there was 3 of us at first. And so the black car was trying to weave in and out of traffic. I heard the noise behind me and the black car was on the right side of me.
When you say there was 3 of us, what was there a third car?
Right when I got on, when I noticed the black car. So that was what I know now to be.
I'm gonna object to what she knows now to be.
Sustained.
There was a gold car on the left, there was a truck in the middle, and then I was on the right-hand side, the far right.
And when you say you heard a noise, what did you think you heard?
I thought it was either a wreck or a blowout, or someone had a blowout.
Okay. And as you drive north on I-35, did you see any car act erratically like it had a blowout?
It happened pretty quickly. I knew something was happening to the left of me, and then I saw the black car kind of catty-cornered to the right of me, and so they came to an abrupt stop, and that's when I thought either they had been hit or had a blowout.
And what did you do when that car came to a stop? And where were you?
We were probably right past the zoo, a couple of exits up from the zoo.
On the highway.
On the highway.
Okay.
Yes.
So when they came to a complete stop, what did you do at that moment?
I came to a stop as well.
And where was your car located on, were you on a shoulder,
I would,
middle of I-35?
yes.
And what did you do when you stopped? What did you do?
I let down my passenger window.
Okay. And why did you do that?
I was trying to ask the person if they were okay.
Sure. Just make sure everything was.
hmm
When you rolled down your window, did you speak to that person and check on them?
Yes.
And what happened when you did that?
Well, the person was exiting the vehicle. He was getting out and putting the mask over his face. And when I asked if he was okay, that's when they pointed the gun at me and told me to leave. The nice one.
Your Honor, if she may say what the person said to her.
You may.
He said, "Bitch, get the fuck out of here."
And did you see him? He had a mask, and did you notice anything else that he had?
He also had a gun.
Now, have you ever identified anybody or been asked to identify anybody in this case?
No.
When he said that to you, what did you do?
I left.
Your Honor, approach.
Yes, you may.
Now, we've met previously and we've gone over some exhibits. Is that fair?
That's fair.
State's exhibit number for this, State's exhibit 43. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is this the 911 call that you made?
Yes.
State's exhibit 44. Does this show what was going on the highway that day when you were driving?
Yes.
State's exhibit 748, 749, and 750. Do those come from what's in State's exhibit 7, or excuse me, do those come from what's in State's exhibit 44?
Photos or?
State's exhibit 748, 49, 749, and 750 are photos from State's exhibit 44, correct?
Yes.
And still shots that show actually your vehicle when you stopped. Is that correct?
Yes.
In the video, does that accurately depict and show the events of November 11th, 2020?
Yes.
State would offer State's exhibits 43, 44, 748, 749, 750, for all purposes, and 56, excuse me, which is a business records affidavit for the records for the video that she testified to.
And that's, that states 44?
State's 44 is the video.
Okay. That's referenced in states exhibit 56?
State's 56 is the business records affidavit, and State's 44 is the records for the business records affidavit.
Any objections?
May I take the witness on board under briefly?
You may.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I just want to show you a few of these photos. Can you point out where you are?
I believe that's me there leaving.
This one
This one.
and this one
Yes.
and this one?
Correct.
Okay. What type of vehicle was that?
It's a BMW.
Okay. Thank you. No objection to the photos. No objection to Ms. Hopkins' 911 call. attention to the video.
All right, case exhibits 43, 44, 748, 749, 750 are admitted for all purposes, and case exhibit 56 is admitted for record purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Hopkins, I'm just showing you a smaller version of 748. I know it's very small.
Mhm.
Is that just a smaller version of it?
Yes, yes.
Permission to post these exhibits, Your Honor? Thank you. And I apologize. How soon did you call 911?
Probably just a few seconds after I left the scene.
That was all down in the state. Yes, right on 35 North before like Marcellus, there's a guy with a assault rifle. He shot a guy in another car. And he got out and shot him some more. You said northbound 35 at where? Almost to past Marcellus. Past Marcellus? Yes, past Marcellus, right between Marcellus and 8th Street. I'm sorry, I don't know exactly where, but this is on the freeway at 35, correct? Yes, 35 North. Okay, the man was white, black, Hispanic, and other weapons. He was a black male, light skin. He had on a sweater with a hoodie on it. It wasn't a hoodie, but like a cap, cap. But I could see it set up on side and he got it on. And that's why he had I don't know what kind of rifle it was, but it was some kind of assault rifle, and he shot like twice, and then he shot again like 4 times right across the park. And a vehicle? He shot a vehicle? He shot at the vehicle. The vehicle stopped. I don't know if the guy got hit the first time, but the guy that was doing the shooting stopped and got out of his car and ran to the car that he shot at first. And what kind of vehicle was the suspect in? It was a black, I want to say it was a Camaro, a black Camaro, and the suspect, the victim was in like a tan 4-door sedan. I don't know what kind it was, but they were both right on side of me. Okay, we're on the left side of the freeway. On the black sports car, he came up behind us really fast, and he was zigzagging in and out to get to that car. And then he pulled up on side of it in the right lane next to us and shot him. And the car kind of spun out in front of me. That's why I thought he had a blowout. And I thought the guy was trying to stop and help him, but he wasn't. He was shooting at him. And he said it was just before Marcellus, correct? Yeah, it was between Marcellus and 8th Street. I don't know exactly. I just know that I came up on 8th Street when I called you guys. Okay. Did you get his age, the suspect? He was probably between, I would say he's between 26 and maybe 30, 32. Okay, height, weight, anything like that can help out? He was probably around, I want to say 5'8". Like I said, he was light skinned, he had on dark clothing. He was probably around maybe 180, maybe 180. Okay. He was slim built, but he wasn't a skinny dude, but he wasn't a big guy either. And the vehicle, the camera, did it look like a newer model, older model? Yeah, it was a newer model. You didn't have to get any of the license plate, did you? I didn't get any of the license plate. No, you're doing it now. She did a lot. She did a lot of information. Thank you. And can I have your name? Tabitha Hopkins. 972.
Ms. Hopkins, I'm gonna stop it right there. Just to not have any of your personal information that's out there, be put out there. State's Exhibit 44, that's been previously admitted, which is gonna be the dash cam video, and you've watched this, correct?
Yes.
Oh, and if your Honor, just because it's kind of hard to see on this video, would you mind? Thank you, Judge. And Your Honor, again, just for the record, this is State's Exhibit 44. And I'm gonna pause right here, if I can. There appears to be, no, last one, in about 1 minute, I believe, where we see the box truck, and then an orange cone on the far left, and a silver car. Is that your silver BMW?
Yes.
And then the two cars that are in front of you, are those the two cars that you described?
Yes.
The one on the left, which one was that?
That's the tan car that I called in on.
Okay. And the other car would, and that car was,
With this to notate for the jury.
if you could,
I'm
if you could point just above you, or, oh, yeah, you can actually circle it on that screen. Thank you, I forgot. Would you mind circling on that first where you're at?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, that works. And then the tan car that was in front of you?
It's here.
Okay, perfect. And then the black car you described, can you please notate that?
It's here.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Judge.
You also use the hollow notation, the pencil, and not necessarily
Okay.
color out the evidence.
Very good, thank you, Judge. And as they were in front of you and you passed the truck that is recording, when did you first hear the first two loud sounds that you described?
It was shortly after this is when I heard the noise.
Okay. Now, Ms. Hopkins, I'm gonna rewind it just a tad. At the moment, we see in this video the gold, or tan car stop and the driver get out. Where are you, black car located?
I am over in the far left, and the black car is next to me on the right.
Okay, and you testified earlier about the interaction you had with the driver of that vehicle.
Yes.
Is this the moment right here where that interaction takes place? Roughly.
Roughly, yes.
In the next couple seconds
Yes.
after our press play. When you testified, you did describe some clothing, and just for the record's purposes, you did a motion with your face, like kind of a pulling motion.
Yes.
And did you, I can't remember, did you say you were putting on a ski mask?
Yes.
I know it's COVID time, a lot of us were wearing masks, but you described it as ski mask, correct?
Yes, it was a full cover mask.
And I'm showing you states 751, which is still like just a portion of that exhibit that already came in 750.
Yes.
Does that show what the person looked like when they were getting out of their car?
Yes.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Closer up to you to be able to see what he had on as far as on his face and the clothing.
Yes.
No way for you to identify who that person was. Is that fair?
Not that I know.
Your Honor, at this time, state would offer State's Exhibit 751 for all purposes.
Your Honor, we would just object to 751 being a duplicate of the previous.
The objection is over. State Exhibit 71 is exhibit.
751, Your Honor.
751.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Permission to publish?
You may.
And Ms. Hopkins, again, you described the individual as having what type of firearm?
I thought it was an assault rifle. That's what I called in on.
Do you remember if the weather was cold enough that day to be wearing a ski mask?
No.
It was not?
No, it was not.
And so, I'm going to press play
Did you
here.
publish the alternate terms?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
Thank
I forgot it first. And so I'm going to press play here, and that shows the beginning interaction, and then what do you do after that interaction?
I take off at that point and call 911.
Ms. Hopkins, have you ever seen anything like this on a highway before?
No.
What was going through your mind once you realized it wasn't blunt? What was going through your mind?
Well, I was frightened. I thought that maybe the assailant thought that I saw his face enough to recognize with the gun pointed toward me. I didn't know if I was going to get shot or not. Afterwards, I kind of got my bearings and then, called 911, but shock.
Sure. Again, we've talked about this. You never
Have
had.
to play more of the video?
No, Your Honor, sorry about that. As far as the information and description that you provided that day on the freeway, was that the extent of what you could provide?
Yes.
And this was in Dallas County, correct?
Correct.
And that's in the state of Texas.
Yes.
I'll pass it with you, Your Honor.
Thank you. But that's,
Thank you. Ms. Hopkins, on the video that we just watched, at least in the video that we just watched, you are driving in the far left lane, right?
Correct.
And the black car is in the middle lane,
Yes.
and that black car stops, is what we saw, right?
Yes.
And it appears that you stop, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you're there for a few seconds, and then you continue to drive, is that right?
That's right.
And in the video that we just watched, you drove off before the person in the black car got out.
Before
Right.
he got all the way out. Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that the car was he was putting on a mask, opening the door, pointing a gun at you, and yelling at you. And then you drove all of this sort of at the same time, but then you drove off and then he got out, is what you're saying?
He got out enough to, as I said, he was putting his mask on when he was getting out of the car.
Okay, could you see inside the car?
No,
Okay, so you don't know who else was in the car?
I don't know if anybody else was in the car.
Okay, so you don't know if anybody else was, but you don't know that there wasn't because you couldn't see inside the car.
That's correct.
Okay, because you ultimately were just driving on your way somewhere on this day.
Yes.
And you said that in the video, once the two cars passed the box truck, they were in front of you now. You said that that's when you first heard the loud pop.
Yes.
Okay, and then you continued to drive, is that right?
After the pop, yes.
After the pop. And then what you saw behind you was this gold car.
I saw the black car first.
Okay,
I noticed the black car first.
once you stopped, did you see the gold car or the tan car?
No,
Okay. Did you see the person in the tan car, what he was doing?
no,
Did you see whether or not he had gotten a gun?
no,
Did you know whether or not there was anybody coming out of the passenger side with the gun
of the gold car?
of the gold car?
No,
Of the black car?
No.
Do you know whether or not there was any other shooting?
Any additional shooting?
Yes. And I think you said that you heard a couple of more shots before.
As I was driving off, yes.
Okay. Do you know if there was any more shots after that?
Not that I heard.
Okay. And is that because you were obviously driven off at that point?
That's correct.
Okay. And you didn't know anything about the person in the black car,
No,
right? And you don't know who that person is, right?
no,
And you don't know who else was in the car.
I do not.
And you don't know anything about the person that was in the tan car.
No,
You don't know anything about whether those people even knew each other.
no,
You don't know whether or not there was any surrounding circumstances that precipitated this.
no,
You don't know whether or not the gold car initiated anything.
no,
You just came upon a scene and just whatever it is that you described is what you described in the time frame that you saw it.
that's correct.
And the whole time, how long do you think that was?
From the time I saw the black car or just from that interaction?
From I guess what you described like a popping sound,
That's correct.
from the popping sound.
It happened so quickly.
15 seconds?
No, it's probably longer than 15 seconds. Maybe 20, 30 seconds.
20
It
or
was
30
less than a minute.
Less than a minute, 20 or
Yes.
30 seconds. And you said that the person in the black car had on a mask,
Was
right?
putting on a mask.
Was putting on a mask.
Correct.
But you couldn't see anything about their face, is that right?
I could see from their nose down.
Okay. And you said that you couldn't, I think you had stated earlier that you couldn't see whether or not there was markings or tattoos or anything on their face.
No, I don't think anyone asked me that.
Okay. And you described them having on dark colored clothing, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And when you say dark colored clothing, were you talking about top and bottom?
I was talking about the top.
You were talking about the top. So when you said clothing, you didn't mean bottom.
No,
Did you describe the bottoms?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did you describe anything about the lower half of that person's clothing?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Just that a mask and dark clothing is what you said.
Correct.
Okay. And then you said that you saw an assault rifle, is that right?
Yes,
And you're not a person, I mean, are you a gun aficionado?
I am not.
Okay, so you weren't sure.
I knew it wasn't a regular gun, but
Okay,
I wasn't sure what it was. That's why I said, it seemed to be an assault rifle.
okay. You, said that you were subpoenaed to be here.
Yes,
Who subpoenaed you?
the prosecution.
Okay. And you said that, there was a lot of construction going on the highway on this day,
Correct.
and this was in November, is that
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And so it was not warm outside?
It was not warm outside.
Okay. In the video, in the foreground of the video, as it just a tan four-door sedan.
Yes,
But that car also came up next to you or on the other side of you. In other words, it was close to you as well.
yes. I was close to the tan car from the time I got on 35,
You were close to the tan car from the time that you got onto 35,
from I-20, yes.
from I-20.
Mhm.
Okay. So was the tan car on I-20 with you
The tan car was on 35 already.
already?
Yes.
Okay. And as you were merging,
Correct.
you came together with the tan car?
Yes.
Okay. Where the black car was coming from?
I could see as far back as wintergreen on 35. I noticed that's where I noticed him that far back.
Okay, so the black car was coming all the way from Wintergreen and 35?
Yes. It looked like wintergreen or like where 35, let's see, it's right before you can get off on 20 West, I believe.
Okay, so it's before or after the I-20 entrance?
Before.
Before I-20 and 35 come together,
Mhm.
you're saying you could see back past that,
Once I got on 35,
okay?
yes,
And that Wintergreen and 35 is where you saw the black car,
in that vicinity,
in
yes,
that vicinity,
Yes.
okay? But you're saying that the gold car was on 35,
already, yes.
not knowing where it came from?
I did not know where it came from.
I mean, you don't know where the black car came from.
I don't know where he's coming from,
And how many times have you met with the prosecution?
twice.
Okay, and when was the first time you met with them?
I don't recall.
Okay, was it in 2025?
No,
Was it before 2025?
no,
Was it in 2026?
yes,
Okay, and so both times that you've met with the prosecution has been in 2026?
to my recollection, yes.
Okay, and during those meetings, did they provide you with information about the allegations in this case?
No,
Did they tell you the name Kewon White?
I don't recall.
Did they tell you, did they say anything to you about somebody named Mo3?
Yes,
Did they say anything about somebody named Melvin Noble?
yes,
Did they say anything about somebody named Marquise Conway?
yes,
Did they say anything about somebody named Yellow Beezy?
yes,
Did they give you a description of what the allegations were?
no,
They just told you those names?
yes,
And did they ask if you knew those people?
yes,
Do you know those people?
I do not.
I think you described the person on the highway as not skinny, but not a big guy.
From what I could see, yes,
Okay. And that they were about 5'8",
I was guesstimating, yes,
okay, and about 180 pounds.
correct.
And just finally, you don't have any idea why the shooting occurred?
I do not.
I'm gonna pass the witness at this time.
State,
Nothing further from the state.
all right, may this witness be released?
No objection.
Defense, may this witness be released?
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you are free to step down right now, but please stay in touch with the state and the defense in case they need to be called, okay?
So stay here?
You don't have to stay here,
Okay.
but you are under my instructions not to discuss your testimony with
Okay.
anybody else.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And back at 11:30. 11:30.
All right.
I'll ask her.
Oh, no, I mean, not much. Like, okay. Okay. Right. I'm not sure. Okay, it's all there.
What did you across?
Oh, can I do that?
Yeah, marcations.
I don't know.
Can I? Oh, you don't have just the video on a drive by any chance. You only have it on this, right?
Come on. Come on, man. No, you're good.
So they can do more traffic. Just patrol. Then we need that as always. The only time it's good traffic is patrol. They're going to, but there's 69 people. There's 69 of us out there right now. Oh, okay. You go to Jim James too? Yeah. That's tough. There's only 39 people out there. And there's 69 of us. I'm gonna do 45 and see what. That's crazy. You heard that?
Yeah, somebody was still.
Yeah, they must put traffic in that. They only want 39 people left. So shit, they got all the ones that just got sent out. They got sent back to work. They got openings.
She ain't got work out red. I was thinking, go through one. That's our shoot.
But they ain't saying how to go. Like, well, yeah, they give me the option of the ones.
Sorry, like, what, freeze the classes or?
They got to, I mean, they got no option. Right on the floor.
That's how it sounds.
Let me walk you through how to research that video. First thing I do is pull all of that into one tab island. The one reference I keep coming back to, I pop it out into a little floating window.
I need an approach about like, you know, somebody's gonna acknowledge that they can't like record our council taking.
Very good.
Oh. Yeah. They want to see. Can you see what we're at? I didn't do it. You know, thank you for that. Oh. What's up, man? How are you? I'm sorry. We're here. Yeah.
They can't film my computer, right? Yeah, just anybody. Nobody's allowed to film anything on council table, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
You're going to come back in.
No, I know. I'm just practicing because I don't want it to fall over.
All right.
You can also sit it up there. You don't need to say it.
I do know you there.
I think that that's what I want.
Yeah.
May we approach briefly?
Yes. But go ahead and bring the media person. Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that y'all are not able to capture what's being discussed between council and defendant or between council from your feet. I know I've had this discussion with y'all in the past. That you are not getting conversation, private conversation from council table.
I haven't heard those kind of conversations. I'm
That's
hearing.
not the question, is you're not capturing those conversations back there. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so let's make sure that's not happening. And also that nobody's able to capture anything from the laptop screens
Okay.
from council. Those are just standing orders that I've had to request. I wanted to make sure because there were concerns about that.
Okay.
Okay?
Did I do something wrong?
No, I'm
Okay.
just making sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay.
That concern was brought up to me just now. I wanted to make sure that y'all are not, right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Y'all need to see it. We're back on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant present was returned to state present, the jurors are present and seated. State call your next one.
State calls Tracy Kaplan.
Please for the record. You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. State name.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Hi, Marissa. My name is Tracy Kapler.
And can you mind spelling it for the record, please?
TRACEYKAPPLER.
Thank you. You doing okay today?
I'm doing good.
Good. Where are you from?
Well, I live here in the Dallas area.
Okay, how long have you lived here in the Dallas area?
Since I'd say the early 90s. I had a short stint in Phoenix, Arizona, but I'm back in Dallas now.
I want to take you back to November of 2020. Do you remember what you were doing for work back then?
Yes, I was selling dealership software.
Okay, and did that require you to do some traveling?
Yes, I was considered a road warrior. I was out in dealerships and talking to franchise owners and meeting with them in person.
On the afternoon of November 11th of 2020, what were you doing that day?
I had some sales calls in South Dallas, the Duncanville area, DeSoto, and so I went to 3 car dealerships that morning. So I lived in North Dallas at the time, and so I was on my way down there and decided to get to the dealerships when they first opened.
Do you remember the highway that you were traveling on to get to those dealerships?
I was traveling on 35 for the most part. Yeah, going south and then coming back up northbound.
And what did you observe that day?
The traffic was at a regular pace of about 65, 70, and it started slowing down considerably that day.
Did something happen to cause the traffic to slow down?
I wasn't really sure what it was. I thought, maybe an accident. Everybody assumes when the traffic slows down, there's probably an accident or, something in the road that people are having to move over for. Could be rubber from truck tires or whatever.
Once that traffic started slowing down, did something happen or who did you see?
I was in the center lane and the traffic kind of started to slow down more like an abrupt stop. And so as the traffic was slowing down, I could hear a lot of racket. And I didn't know what that was. But as I was looking around, I road right in front of me, and one of them had a very, very large guy chasing him. And so I was just like kind of in shock, something you just don't see every day. It was about lunchtime, about noon, and so that's what I was observing as I was driving.
You said you heard a racket. Can you describe what that racket sounded like?
I could hear like banging, like just a lot of bang noise. And when I saw what was going on, I was like, oh my gosh, that's what that was.
You said there was a man he was chasing a guy in front of him. Is that right?
Yes.
When that started happening, what was going through your mind?
I was in shock first of all, it was like,
realizing this is really happening. Like I'm in traffic and there's an ambush on the freeway, is the way I would describe it. And so, yeah, it's startling.
When you see these men running towards you, were they on your side, which is on the driver's side, or were they even coming down on the passenger side?
No, they were on the driver's side, on my side.
And how close did they get to you?
As these two men were running, the bullets and the gun shooting became louder and louder. And so I had, things that are going through my mind. Do I sit up and watch the whole thing? Do I put my phone on video or, try to call 911 right away? And then my third thought was to, I need to hide and pray. And so.
So what did you do?
Well, I observed, the two men, and I kind of made a mental note of what I saw. And, the third thing that I did was I put my car in park and I got down in the bottom of the floorboard and I prayed, because the gunshot became so loud and I could feel like the bullets were coming around me, all around me.
When you decided to duck, how close were those two men in front of you?
So there was a car in front of me, and roughly there was like a truck in front of that car. And so right around where the truck was, kind of at the back of the truck, is about when I
In all this noise,
Where do you stand?
here your trading finds peace.
And so I was afraid. I didn't think it was wise for me to stay seated anymore upward. I was like, these bullets could possibly come through my window and hit me. So.
Before you ducked and you saw those bullets flying, was that just coming from one gun, or were there the guy that was running? Did he also have a firearm?
The man that was being chased did not have a firearm. I could see it looked like he was carrying a black phone in his hand. So he didn't have any gun that I saw. It looked like a square object.
At any point, the man that was being chased, did he ever turn around towards or extend an arm towards the person that was chasing him? If you saw it.
I didn't see an arm being turned around. I didn't. All I saw was the gunman, and then a gentleman in a purple jumpsuit, in front of him. So I was like, I made a note of what I saw, like what they were wearing and kind of what they looked like. So that's what I made a note of. But I didn't see any person in the front with any type of gun whatsoever. I looked like he was carrying a cell phone.
Oh, so once you ducked, what happened next?
I could still hear a few more bullets, but then it was like, I don't know, time just seemed to stop for just a minute, but I kind of popped back up when I didn't hear any more sound. And so I wanted to look around. I was thinking, well, if somebody was being shot, somebody's probably either, right about, where my car was, is where, the man fell, the man in the purple jumpsuit. And then I wanted to look up to see where the gunman was. I didn't know if he was going to be pulling the trigger on me or, somebody else, because we were witnesses. So I was looking around, on freeways. I didn't know if he came from a vehicle or, I don't know where he came from or where he ran to. So, he was already gone.
Roughly how many shots or how many bullets could you hear coming from that gun?
I don't know. I actually heard that they recovered about 44 shots. I don't know, but I heard, I don't know. I don't, yes.
When the parties say objection, you need to.
Oh, okay, okay,
And I'll give my ruling.
okay.
And you can-
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Okay.
All right.
That's the jury's disregard.
Disregard what?
Her statement. That she objected to her say she was still talking.
Okay, the jury will disregard what the witness said about what she heard.
Ms. Kapler, if you can only just answer off of your own personal knowledge.
Okay. Okay, so you asked me about how many bullets I heard or what?
How many
shots?
did you hear? Was it one? Was it a couple? Was it many?
I heard many. I didn't count the number of shots. This particular, I think, gun was, I don't know what guns are, but the guns, yes.
As I said, when the attorney stands up to make an objection, you need to pause.
Okay, sorry.
Objection, no response.
Sustained.
So you said that there were many.
There were many shots, yes. Yes.
What happened when you popped up again? Once the shots stopped coming?
The man in the purple jumpsuit was moving. He was moving from side to side. He was behind a car wheel, like in the back, like he had fallen over. And so he was moving. And then the man in front of me in the car got out, and he was like in blue scrubs. So he must have put his car in park or whatever.
Objection to narrative, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You said there was a man that was, he was parked in the car in front of you. He was
Yes.
wearing blue scrubs, is that right?
Yes.
What happened when he got out of the car?
He went over to the man on the road and began performing life resuscitation. He was, pumping his chest and doing what he could. He was in blue scrubs.
Did you get out of your car at any point?
I did eventually. I got out because I wanted to make a mental note of what I saw.
Did you call 911?
I tried and I couldn't get through. I tried before I got out of my car, I tried to call 911 and I couldn't get through.
Did you have your phone with you that day?
I did.
Did you do anything with your phone that day?
I took a few quick shots of my surroundings, of what I saw in front of me, not to post them on social media, but to make a mental note. I saw shell cases around my car. I also was looking to see if my car got hit. I didn't feel that my car got hit, but I didn't know because it was really loud. So I was just observing what I saw.
You want a minute approach?
You may.
Ms. Kaplan, we've met before, is that right?
Yes.
And these images that you see, you're looking at State's Exhibit 47 as well as State's Exhibit 48, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
And I'm also handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 49, which is a disc. Do you remember that there were some photos on this disc that you took?
Yes.
And when you took a photo, what kind of phone do you have?
I have an iPhone.
Sometimes when you take a photo, it captions live photos, is that
Yes.
right? And what's a live photo?
A live photo on an iPhone, repetitive image, almost like a short video.
And those
So,
images,
yeah. So, yeah, when I use it right now, it's like sometimes if somebody has their eyes closed, you could go back a little second or go forward and have a picture with their eyes open. So a lot of times it's set on my phone.
and the disc, it looks like it's videos, but it's not a video. In fact, it's just a live photo. It shows
Right.
movement, is that correct? Okay. Your Honor, at this time, State offers State's Exhibit 47, 48, and 49 that have been previously cleared to the defense for all purposes.
Would you describe 47 and 48 again for the record
Yes, Your Honor, 47 and 48 are photos.
of the scene? Or from 49.
of the scene, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna object to, States Exhibit 47, 48, the best evidence rule, and prejudicial, more prejudicial than
Let me
appropriate.
see 47, 48. Okay. What's the state's response?
Your Honor, this shows exactly what what the witness saw that day. I believe it's relevant to know about the murder and how the victim looked right after being shot.
The objections of the rule, case exhibits 47 and 48 are admitted. Any objections to 49?
No objection, John.
Case exhibit 49 is admitted.
Commissioner Publish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Catherine, there's a screen to your left in just in case if you can't see. State's Exhibit 49, these are the live photos that you took from your phone, is that correct?
That's correct.
Looking at State's Exhibit 49, this is the live photo that you took, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you described when you looked up that the victim was on the freeway but still moving, is that right?
Yes, he was moving his head.
Well, this image, you said that there was a man with blue scrubs that got out of his car that was directly in front of you, is that right?
That's correct.
Is this that man that was trying to perform life-saving measures for?
Yes, that was the man that I saw. And the first photo, that was his car.
You said the first photo, ma'am?
Yep, well, the other photo where the car was next to the man on the road, that was his car in front of me.
This photo, or this live photo, this shows when Dallas Fire and Rescue and police officers have started arriving to the scene, is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, I chose to get seated back in my car.
This image will just show what you saw and what you observed that afternoon, is that right?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 47, is this that screenshot from that first live video that we saw?
Yes, that's correct.
State's Exhibit 48, again, is a screenshot from that live photo.
Yes, it is.
Did you, at the time that this happened, did you know who the man in the purple jumpsuit was?
I didn't know who he was. I didn't know the person that was chasing him either.
Thank you, Ms. Kapler. I'll pass it to Ms. Shiner.
Mrs. Kaplan, a couple of quick questions. When you were on the freeway, do you recall where did you enter the freeway to get on 35 heading north?
I can't remember. The last dealership that I visited was Mac Hayek in DeSoto. So I'm trying to remember what that entrance was. It was maybe close to Wheatland or something. I can't remember.
And approximately, are you familiar with 35 North?
Yes, I am. And that was close to the zoo where that incident occurred.
Okay. And you were close to the zoo, and is that when you first saw By the time you saw them, were the two men out of the car or were they inside the cars?
I saw two men out of the car.
Okay, so you don't know what cars, or you would be speculating to know what cars each man got out of?
I did not know that day, no.
And were you, I suppose when you're taking these pictures, as we look at State's Exhibit 48, your car is behind these pictures, is that correct? Your car's no longer, it's not put in these pictures. Can you see your car in these pictures?
Not that picture.
Okay.
No, there was I think another picture, you could see the front of my car.
Okay. And you said when you saw, when this happened, you were behind the Kroger truck, is that fair?
If there was in the picture, it looks like there was, the man from the scrubs had his car. There was the guy in the green shirt with the truck, like the F-150. And I think there was another, a big semi in front of it. If that was the Kroger truck you're referring to, I guess so.
Okay.
I don't know what truck that was.
Okay.
I don't remember that day.
Okay, all right. When the two individuals were coming towards you, you said you were going through what your three options were. Should I stop and look? Should I call 911 or should I get down on the floorboard? And you decided to get down on the floorboard. Is that correct?
I hid because the bullets were, the noise was getting louder.
Okay. And do you recall saying that it was about 4 or 5 gunshots that you heard that day?
There was a lot more than 4 or 5.
Do you recall telling the police that you heard about 4 or 5 gunshots?
I heard gunshots around me. I didn't count how many gunshots. I don't know.
And you heard gunshots around you, but you were not looking as the gunshots were going because you were on the floorboard, right?
I looked for a while.
Okay.
As I saw what was coming down on the freeway. I saw a little bit before I decided to get in my floorboard.
And is it fair to say the man that had the rifle or the gun had on a mask?
I don't know if it was a mask. To me, when I was seeing it, it looked like a dark hoodie with the hood up, and like the hoodie was zipped up. I didn't know if it was a mask. My recollection when I'm talking about this, to me it looked like a hoodie.
And and you've never identified anybody in this case, have you, as a person with a firearm, right?
I haven't identified anybody. No, this is my first time to talk about this, other than the detective who asked me about it.
And you don't know the reason why the shooting occurred?
I do not.
And do you recall talking to the police and you described that the person was wearing a long sleeve cream top? Do you recall that?
I said I saw a man with it was a gray and black top.
Young man, first witness.
You may. And if there are any exhibits that have already been tendered, they need to be over here in the court reporter's desk.
Do you recall talking to the police officer when you were out on the scene?
There was some questions out on the scene.
Okay, did you ever go to the detective's office and talk to anyone?
No, the detectives came to me.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you just to refresh your memory. You can't read from there, but looking at this sheet of paper, does it refresh your memory?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to improper impeachment. I'm not sure what the witness is looking at to refresh my memory.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you recall giving a statement to the police of what the shooter was wearing?
I said the shooter, I could remember a couple of things. I could remember seeing the shooter had pants on where I could see his underwear. I could see some gray, like from the bottom. And I said, I have a recollection of a darker top. So.
Would it surprise you that you told the officer you had that the shooter had on a long sleeve cream top?
That would surprise me.
And you didn't give a written statement in this case, did you?
I did not give a written statement.
And you don't know if your statement to the police was recorded?
I didn't see any recording device. I didn't agree to any recording device on the side of the road.
And did you know the gentleman that was, that the doctor was performing life resuscitation?
I didn't even know he was a doctor until we were waiting to give our statements.
Did you know the gentleman that had been shot?
I did not know the gentleman who had been shot.
And did you meet with the prosecutor on this case? Prior to testimony, did you meet with the prosecutor on this case?
Are you talking about the DA and,
Yes.
and investigators? Yes, I had a meeting with the investigators.
How many times have you met with
I met one time with the investigator, and then I had another meeting about a week or so ago, maybe 2 weeks ago.
them? And did they give you anything to read to refresh your memory?
I didn't have anything to read.
And did y'all, when you dealt with prosecutors, did they ever ask you about what, any discrepancies in your testimony as to what you may have told the police, as to what your, may have told them when you were talking?
I was not pointed out any discrepancy. I said the man had a light face. That's all I said.
No response to your.
Oh.
Did you know where the where the gentleman that was holding the gun and the person that was shot, did you know where they were coming from? Did you see them get on the freeway at all?
I didn't see him get on the freeway.
Okay.
No, they were, the people were coming from north. They were running southbound because I was going northbound on 35.
And do you know anything about their relationship at that time on November 11th, 2020?
I have no recollection of any, I don't know anything about those two men.
You're not past witness.
Say,
Nothing further for the state, Your Honor.
may this one is released.
Who would like to subject her to recall you?
All right. Ma'am, you are free to step down right now, but stay in touch with the state and the defense in case either party needs to recall you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Marissa.
State, call your next witness.
State would call DFR Gallardo.
gotta raise your right hand.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you.
Morning. I guess just now afternoon.
Yes, sir.
I know you're in your class A's, but could you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your first and last name for the court report?
My name's Ricardo Gallardo, Ricardo. Last name Gallardo, Gallardo, and I am a fire rescue officer, paramedic for Dallas Fire Rescue.
Gallardo, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. If I butchered, I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine.
All right. So you're with DFR or Dallas Fire and Rescue,
Yes, sir.
DFR for short.
Correct.
You nervous?
A little bit.
You ever testified before?
Never, first time.
All right. Well, I just want to kind of go just briefly.
Back home, precious thick. Too many boots, not enough ground. So I headed south. I pulled up Onyx Hunt to find public land that no one was talking about.
What is your official role with DFR? I guess let's start there.
I'm a fire rescue officer, and I also perform paramedic duties or advanced life safety.
And is that part of the training to have both of those qualifications?
Yes, sir.
Can you just walk the jury through some of your training and experience to become a fire rescue officer as well as the paramedic status?
Fire rescue, just pretty much a fire academy, fire training, teaches you, what to do on the fire engine, fire truck. As far as the paramedic training and doing more medical calls, life threatening calls, and some that are not so life threatening, you go through a few months or several months of paramedic school, clinicals, and various tests to get certifications to become a paramedic.
And do y'all continue training throughout your 15 years? Have you continued to take training to keep yourself up to date?
Yes, we do quarterly training and probably a little bit more than that throughout the year to keep up with our skills.
Okay. And on November 11th, 2020, do you remember that day?
I do remember most of the day, but if you were to tell me that was a day, I wouldn't have known that was the exact dates, I guess.
Do you remember or do you recall an incident responding to an individual who'd been shot on the freeway I-35?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Now I'm going to show you what's previously been published as State's Exhibit 48.
Shane, it's been marked as State's Exhibit number 52, which is just notice of intent to use business records. For the business records that I'm about to show you, State's Exhibit 53. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, that is EPCR, which is a report of all the interventions or incidents that happened that we have to fill out regarding patients, every patient that we run.
You have to respond to an incident.
Yes, they are.
And are these made at or near the time of the actual incident that you've responded to?
Yes.
And is this reflected within State's Exhibit 53?
Yes, sir.
State would offer State's Exhibit 52 for record purposes and State's Exhibit 53 for all purposes previously tendered to the defense counsel.
No objection to 53 and 52.
52 for record purposes, 53 for all.
Thank you. Exhibit 53 is admitted for all purposes. Exhibit 52 is admitted for record purposes.
Now, DFR Gallardo, you can't read directly from this, but I'm going to ask you some questions. So if you need to refresh your memory,
You can take a second to look at it and refresh your memory. But specifically on this, in stage 48, is this the incident that you responded to on the freeway in November of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Where were you coming from that morning when, or I guess midday, about this time actually? Where were you responding from to get to this location?
I don't remember if we actually got our call from the station, which is on the north side of where the incident happened, but we were traveling south on 35 to come back and go northbound 35, where the incident was assigned at.
And how would you describe y'all's ability? Well, let's go through this first, I guess. In a situation where DFR are responding to where somebody has been shot, who or how many people get dispatched to a location like that?
You get an engine and an ambulance, which would be on an engine is a 4-man crew. An ambulance would be a 2-man crew. You get that just so you can have more hands and a little bit more help. Because it is a serious call.
And that's general protocol on DFR for shooting that an engine would respond, a 4-man crew on that engine, 2-man crew on the ambulance.
Correct.
And are all of those individuals, both on the engine as well as the ambulance, are they all trained as paramedics as well?
You would have at least two of the 4 would be paramedics as well.
Okay. So 2 paramedics on the ambulance, 2 paramedics on the engine.
Correct.
Now, when you responded out there, was it easy to get to the location where the victim was at?
No, as we were going southbound on 35, we noticed the traffic was bottleneck and it was standstill traffic. So when we turned around, we knew we had to go up an exit, and I was on the ambulance that day. We turned around and went against traffic to come back towards where the incident was.
So you went northbound in the southbound lane? Or did you go
No,
southbound?
we went southbound in the northbound 35 lanes.
And at that time, I believe there was construction. Is that fair?
Honestly, I don't remember the construction just because there was so much traffic and it was already standstill. But from my time being in that area, there was plenty of construction going on throughout those years.
Sure. And once you arrived, what did you observe initially when you arrived on the scene? Was here in States Exhibit 48, it appears to be somebody wearing scrubs, trying to do life-saving measures. What did you observe as far as the victim and what was going on with the victim when you arrived on the scene?
When the rescue arrived on scene, the fire engine had already been on scene before us. So they're the ones that radioed us in and said it was safe for us to come against traffic to get there. So when we got there, we had some of our members already performing CPR or trying to put pads for a monitor on the victim. I did not see this picture or this gentleman in scrubs performing any kind of life-saving activity on this gentleman. There was a previous ambulance there that I believe was a private agency, and they had their stuff on the ground or on the street trying to help. But as soon as we got there, DFR took control of the situation, and we took out our own equipment and started loading the gentleman onto a stretcher and into the ambulance.
Sure. And I think we've all probably seen them on the roadway, some of these private ambulances. They are separate and apart from Dallas Fire and Rescue.
Correct.
And so when you arrive on the scene like that, is it your preference to use your instrumentation, your stuff, as opposed to somebody else's?
Absolutely.
And why would that be?
Just protocol, and obviously we'd be more familiar with our tools and theirs.
Sure. And as far as what condition, once you arrived at, I realized there was other paramedics from the engines that were already trying to save Mr. Noble. But what did you observe as far as the state and condition of Mr. Noble at that point?
Obviously, you could tell he was pulseless and not breathing. Plenty of blood on the ground. And I mean, at that time, people's gloves and loading them on the stretcher, it's all over our equipment as well. So that's what I remember from the initial contact.
And you were in the ambulance that day.
Yes, sir.
Were you in the ambulance that transported Mr. Noble from the scene?
Yes, sir, I was.
Now you said that he wasn't breathing and that lack of pulse, correct?
Correct.
What, in that situation, when somebody is exhibiting those symptoms, what is your protocol tell you to do as far as trying to perform any type of life-saving measure?
So we would obviously try to tend to the significant severe wounds. In this case, we would try to stop the bleeding, try to stop all the trauma that he had, and then start to perform chest compressions and go through our chest or our CPR protocol.
And at some point, did somebody perform a chest needle decompression?
Not that I recall, but I believe in situations like this, gunshot wound, it wouldn't be, you would be able to do that in this situation. But I don't recall it happening in front of me.
Do you want to check it and see if it is in those records, business records, whether
Yes,
or not
sir.
it was done? And if it refreshes your memory, let us know.
It is on there, it's marked on there, performed by another paramedic.
And what would the purpose be of a chest needle decompression?
So usually when you get trauma like this to your body, you get some air in the chest cavity that compresses against your heart and prohibits it from working the way it does, or it's supposed to. So the needle decompression would pretty much pop that air pocket and relieve the pressure from the heart.
And what would it do in terms of internal bleeding?
It would relieve, like I said, mainly it's for relieving the pressure and help with breathing because it would be more of a collapsed lung issue.
So if you had internal bleeding pressing down on your lungs, would that be a situation that could help?
Correct.
Once you were able to, do you recall approximately what time you were able to arrive to actually get to the scene?
No, I don't. I know it was right before lunchtime, pretty much at the station.
And once he was placed, or once you're there, is he then placed on a stretcher? How does that take place? Where do you go from here?
When we got there, we came down with our equipment. Our members that were already, performing chest compressions and all that. So we bring a backboard to be able to load them onto the stretcher easier, put them on a stretcher and take them to the back of our ambulance where we have most of our equipment, or it's easier for us to work as a team. And in situations like this, where it's out and open in the public, we don't want to really perform life-saving too many people on the road.
Probably not a safe place either.
Correct, especially with all the traffic. Correct.
Also, more tools inside the ambulance.
Correct.
What measures did y'all take outside of just CPR, chest compressions?
We try to get IV established on these members so we can replenish the fluids that they've lost, in this case, blood. So we try to keep them alive with that, and also try to breathe for them since they're not able to breathe on their own.
And what about sodium bicarb?
Sodium bicarb, yes, sir.
What do y'all do with that?
We give it to them just to reverse certain symptoms that they might have.
And explain that if you can to the jury.
Pretty much in this case, if he's losing too much oxygen and he has bad oxygen in his body, in layman's term, we would give him that to reverse his O2 sats pretty much.
Because at this point, again, no pulse, no breathing.
Correct.
Once you have him in the back, he's on the backboard, on the stretcher, into the back of the ambulance. Y'all start doing this, and then where do you go from there?
At this point, the hospital is really close to us, so we are taking them to Methodist Hospital.
And do you continue to, again, attempt to, well, I guess, regain any signs of life at that point?
Yes, we are doing a continuous CPR, chest compressions, and trying to introduce various medication into his system from there to the hospital.
During the placement of him on the backboard and on the stretcher, are y'all looking to see or to identify how many times an individual has been shot?
Yes.
And did y'all do that in this case?
Yes, I don't remember the exact number of bullet holes he had.
Sure.
But we did know that there was at least more than 2 or 3.
And how did you know that?
Just visualizing him and all the blood that was being lost.
How would you describe his clothing at that moment?
He was wearing was drenched in blood, and he was wearing a jumpsuit, tracksuit, I believe. But when we had him in the back of the ambulance, you pretty much take trauma shears and try to expose his body to identify all the wounds.
You said it was drenched?
Yes.
When you have, you don't sit there and try to identify every single gunshot wound. Is that fair?
For the most part, we're supposed to, and we're supposed to try and at least acknowledge, the most obvious ones.
Sure. And what's the purpose of identifying those at that point?
Just to try to get the most serious ones out of the way and try to stop the bleeding on the most serious ones.
And does that also help with once you take them to the hospital?
Yes, absolutely.
And how does that help when you take them to the hospital?
Just pretty much giving a report to the staff at the hospital and letting them know exactly what we got so they can have an advantage in helping them as well.
Sure. Trying to have as much information to provide to the ER once he arrives.
Absolutely.
Now, during your transfer, were you ever able to restore any sign of life, any vitals, pulse, oxygen, anything like that?
No, sir.
Did he show any sign of life once you arrived on scene to the time that you dropped him off at the hospital?
No, sir.
And just, I'm showing what's been marked as States Exhibit 54. Methodist was at the hospital that y'all ended up taking him to?
Yes,
sir. Right?
Yes, sir.
So States Exhibit 54 is just a notice of business, notice of intent to use business records. States Exhibit 55, which are the Methodist medical records for Melvin Noble. We'd offer States Exhibit 54. For record purposes.
No objection to 55.
States Exhibit 54 is admitted for record purposes only. States Exhibit 55 is admitted for all purposes.
Now, once you transport him to the hospital, thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish all of these to the jury. Thank you. Of course, the jury will have the opportunity to go back and look at all of this, and they go, great, but once arrived to he was not showing signs of life, and now getting them to the ER. Just
briefly explain that if you don't.
So usually when we go to the hospital with the ambulance and one person driving us, maybe at this time it was 4. But we're performing CPR and chest compressions the whole way over there. Our goal is not to stop. So as we're bringing him off the ambulance in the stretcher, we're still performing CPR, go in the hospital doors. Nurse pretty much tells us which room they want him in, still performing CPR. We transfer care. Doctor walks in or head nurse walks in. We give them our report, pretty much tell them gunshot here, gunshot wound here as well. We have no pulls. We've never received pulls, or we have, and then just transfer care from there.
As far as your role in this case, was that the extent of what you did in this case?
Yes, sir.
This location is in Dallas County, in the state of Texas.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Sir, how should I refer to you? Sergeant or lieutenant?
No, just fire rescue officer
Okay, fire.
or paramedic.
Okay, so you were on the ambulance that arrived, is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated that your engine or the fire truck had already gotten there, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you guys came after the fire truck?
Yes.
Okay. And when you arrived, there were 2 people in your ambulance?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you got there, it had taken you a while to get there, is that right?
Correct.
You said there was a private agency ambulance, is that correct?
Yes, private ambulance.
A private ambulance. And so how do private ambulances get on scene?
I think they were just on the road at that time, and
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I don't want to interrupt you.
I'm sorry.
I want to make sure I can make sure that I'm being clear with my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
So do you know how a private ambulance was performing any function before you arrived? You know how or why they were there?
I don't know that they were actually performing any function. I know that they brought down their equipment.
And so you don't, and I'm going to ask you this question. So you don't.
Ask privately with Duck.ai. Visit Duck.ai to chat privately with ChatGPT, Claude, and
Yes, with their equipment on the ground.
With their equipment on the ground. You also said that you did not see the person that's in this picture do anything. Is that correct?
I didn't see this picture or the events in this picture.
Did you see this person in the blue down on the ground? Did you see him do anything when you were there?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I don't remember seeing this person.
You've never seen him before?
I don't remember seeing the person. That
Okay,
person.
so
at that
once
time.
you got there, this person wasn't there.
Not that I saw.
And all of the things that you did once you got on scene are part of your protocol, is that right?
Correct.
That's in any situation that you would arrive at that maybe there were somebody was shot.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you know you said you don't know how many times the person was shot, is that correct?
I don't recall how many gunshot wounds they had.
And do you recall when you went into the scene, was it chaotic?
I would say it was chaotic because we were on the highway and people had to block traffic, and there was a lot of people out of their cars, which is not normal on traffic calls.
Sure. Were there a lot of people in the scene?
Yes,
Were there a lot of
more than usual.
Okay. So sorry, I don't want to talk over you, but I don't want you to talk over me.
Oh, I'm
either,
sorry.
Okay. And the only reason is because this young lady has to take down everything that we're saying.
Absolutely. Not when I got there. Our crew that was initially there had as well. I mean, nobody was around us at that time. So from the point that I got there was nobody walking around where the patient was and we were.
Okay, so you don't know what was going on before you arrived, right?
Correct.
Was there law enforcement there?
I'm not sure if there was law enforcement there yet or not. I don't remember that part.
Were there law enforcement on the scene when you arrived?
I don't remember that.
So you, and I don't, the question is, was there law enforcement? And I think your answer was you don't remember.
Correct.
Okay, so you don't remember whether or not the scene had been secured by law enforcement?
Right.
You don't remember whether or not it had been blocked off by law enforcement?
It had not been blocked off with tape or anything by law enforcement when we got there.
And there were people that, at least prior to you getting there, were driving through the scene.
I mean, the traffic was blocked completely. So there was no driving, no cars going by us when we were there.
As you were trying to get him on the stretcher. Is that
Correct.
right? When you left, had the police arrived yet?
I don't know. I was in the back of the ambulance, unable to look outside.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not, even at that point, the scene had been secured.
Right,
You don't know whether or not any of the evidence had been collected.
right,
You don't know whether or not anything had been preserved.
right.
Do you know anything about how this person came to be shot?
No.
Do you know anything about who this person was?
Oh, no, not at the time.
Did you have any information about the car that this person was in?
No, ma'am.
Do you know anything about another car?
No,
Do you know anything about a third car?
no, ma'am.
Do you know anything about multiple people?
No,
So you don't know anything about anything?
That's argumentative.
May I rephrase? You don't know anything about what occurred.
you talking about now or at the time?
I'm talking about at the time only.
At the time, no. Obviously, we knew it was a victim that had gunshot wounds, and that's what we were tending to.
Okay, and I want to make sure that this is clear. Everything that you testified to today, is that from what you know back then, or are you testifying about things that you've learned since?
Things that I saw with my own eyes when I showed up on the scene.
So you're testifying about things that you knew back then?
Yes, ma'am.
Not things that you've learned since?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And then have you met with the prosecutors in this case?
I have
How many times?
once,
And when was that?
sometime this year, maybe a couple months ago, 2 months
Okay.
ago.
And did they tell you anything about the allegations here today?
Can you explain allegations? What do you mean by the allegations?
Did they tell you anything about the fact there was a trial going on?
Oh, yes.
Somebody's accused of something?
Yes.
Okay. What did they tell you about it?
There's a shooting going on, and there was a trial going on murder.
Okay, sorry. Did they give you any details about who anybody was involved?
No, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness at this time.
See,
Nothing further from the state conference.
all right, leaders for this release,
No objections.
defense.
No objection.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to leave.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:32 now. Let's take a 1 hour lunch break and be back at 1:32. Remember, you are still under my instruction. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody. Do not talk to anybody else or each other about what you heard so far. Because you haven't heard all the evidence, and you should not begin to deliberate, okay? All right, thank you.
All right.
Y'all can sit down. Do we have any exhibits on that side?
I just double checked, Your Honor. I also- You let me know if you're missing it.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
I want to make everybody's life easier if I can.
Why don't we just, do you want to go in there?
All right, well, you don't have to- and, see y'all back at 12, I'm sorry, 1:30. So,
No, it's four. Long ass. Yeah. Four. It's gonna be a long ass 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Is this open? Is the transfer, is that open before? It should be unlocked. Oh, I don't know. Shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, he's fine.
Surprising statement about everybody getting up. Jerry already. Surprising statement about people beating up with jury already.
Yeah. That's why she's in the meeting. Well, we can't control it.
It ain't bothering me.
I don't care. I don't care.
And they really just rushing out so they can get to their phone.
Yeah.
It ain't number.
It'd be.
It ain't number.
We get trust. Yeah. Okay, I got that. Come on, Joe.
Whoa.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. Just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator.
Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty schedule. Since no one seems to care.
Just built a
I just created a goal tracking system.
We built the same thing, didn't we?
Can this thing manage contacts?
Is SOC 2 compliant?
I want to animate this graph.
Create a party planner.
Profesor de Español.
An inter-office dating app. For dogs. For office dogs. You know what I mean?
We want to welcome in our viewers on YouTube or Fox Local, wherever you may be watching this. You have been, chances are, following the trial of the murder trial for Kewon White. He's accused of the 2020 murder of Melvin Noble, who went by the rap name Mo3, a Dallas rapper. And then all tied into this is the prosecution saying that another Dallas rapper, Yella Beezy, whose legal name is Marquise Conway, allegedly paid Kewon White to roll out the murder. So the trial started today officially. We had 2 days of jury selection. Some people wondering what that might have meant. Was a deal going to be made? And it wasn't, at least not right now. And so the trial started today. We had opening statements from the prosecution and defense. Some legal experts will say opening statements goes a long way when it comes to the impressions that a jury has. I want you to take a listen at a snippet of those opening remarks.
There was a hitman on the highway. And that hitman, there was a hitman on the highway. And that hitman was the defendant, Kewon White.
And all the evidence that the state has is mere speculation, assumptions, and flawed conclusions for murder.
So that was a little snippet of that. I want to bring in Air Deep, hip hop journalist. You've been following the hip hop scene for about 10 years now. This case goes back to, at the heart of it, a feud between two rappers, according to the prosecution, Melvin Noble and Marquise Conway, or Mo3 and Yella Beezy. When did this start to pop up on your radar that there was something going on between these two Dallas artists?
Yeah, for sure. I think I kind of want to paint the picture of Mo3 and Yella Beezy. At the time, Yella Beezy, I would say he was the bigger artist. He had Billboard charting hits. That's On Me, and
everybody know that one, right? That's the one I knew.
That's On Me, baby.
Yeah.
But then Back at It Again was another hit that he had. Mo3, I wrote an article that I called him the Boosie of North Dallas. And what I mean by that is, like, he's someone who was very respected on the underground level, as far as like his mixtapes and his songs. Although they weren't charting, a lot of local rap fans, as we talked off camera, they knew his name and things of that nature. But yeah, I think it started around 2017 to 2019, leading up to 2020. There was a lot of like back and forth as far as like songs and like Instagram lives and things like that.
There's a lot of back and forth on both sides between both people.
Yeah.
And I know you'll probably get into this, but talking about, the defense for especially the person who's on trial right now, Kewon White, saying that these rappers had personas, right? And they're just making up characters. And what the jury will have to decide is, if that persona still committed a crime or if this is just made up life. But talk about how, it started to get violent. It went from just words to different shooting incidents.
Yeah, unfortunately that is the case when things escalate offline, from an online feud to offline. I think it really started around 2018, right? I think it's Mo3's friend, Roy Lee. He was someone that I guess it started with him, and then it kind of like escalated after that. I don't know if you're familiar with Roy Lee.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
This case has made me familiar with a lot of things that I might not have known. And so you're seeing this, and a big part that was shown today is the video that you're seeing on the screen right now of this happened to be caught on camera. It was a Kroger delivery truck that happened to have a dash camera. This shooting happened in November of 2020 on 35, near not far from the zoo. And today, 2 witnesses were put on the stand who were in these nearby cars, saying they saw a man get out. One woman said she saw White allegedly putting on the ski mask, pointed the rifle at her, and allegedly said, "B, get the F out of here."
Right.
And then another woman taking a stand saying that, she heard the shots, went to the floor, and then got out and take pictures for her personal evidence, thinking her car may have been hit or something, and had pictures of Melvin Noble on the ground when you saw this video, I mean, you've been watching this all morning too.
Yeah.
What did you make of the testimony by, I mean, the first person, Melvin Noble's mom, spoke. You know, you can't predict how someone acts on the stand, but I was shocked that there wasn't as much emotion. I don't know if certain questions weren't asked to provoke that, but
Yeah.
what did you make of just the morning of this case so far?
I think it was very emotional. I was watching on the live stream on YouTube, so I saw a lot of the chat, and
Yeah.
the chat was
Chat
very
was all over the place.
yeah, it was very lively.
Yeah.
And they were dropping gorilla emojis. The gorilla emoji is associated with Mo3. It's sort of like his thing.
Okay.
And so yeah, the chat was very emotional. I think the testimonies on live, I think they were, I don't know, it felt, and I just feel for his mom, you know, to have to like relive it, and kind of, I was shocked personally seeing the photo of Mo3 on the ground, you know, like that's new to a lot of people. I don't think that photo has ever been out yet.
Right.
So,
And, I mean, there's so much, and you know, people, and we've been talking about this for 3 days now. When you know everyone, and I'm the biggest Law and Order fan, but I also get the privilege and responsibility to have to sit in court sometimes and look at these cases. So
yeah,
there's a big difference between the TV'd up version of Law and Order and
Right.
what actually happens in the courtroom. And now people that are interested in this case are some seeing it for the first time. Of you know, one of my frat brothers asked me, he was like, "Why are y'all recording through the door?" Like, I mean, even questions like that of, you know, a judge gets to make the rules. And in Collins
Yeah.
County, we just had a major trial where we couldn't have a camera in the courtroom.
Right.
Dallas County is kind of an agreement where, okay, not to be busy in the courtroom, you can shoot video through the window of the door.
Yeah.
And so like people are seeing this, right? And then you're seeing the evidence posted. We heard the 911 call for the first time.
Yeah.
You saw images from a witness of a body on the ground. Like those things now, the jury is seeing all this for the first time, of course, but
Yeah.
the public is seeing it first time too.
Yeah, I mean, it again, it is emotional if you're a fan of Mo3. I mean, I think it hurts obviously to see to relive it, to see it. Yeah, I really just feel for his mom to be able to have to like sit there and have to like answer the prosecution and the defense about her son's death is.
And Bree West, who's the defense attorney for Kewon White, I mean, she has to do her job of trying to muddy the waters, right? For you know, to represent her client. And she kept asking Melvin Noble's mother, you know, like, Noble's mother talked about how when he was at home, he was Bubba. He was not Mo3. And so Bree West was trying to harp on that point, saying, well, yeah, so he has a persona. And that persona, you didn't know about that life. And so it's a lot of things. But let's talk about lyrics, since this is your wheelhouse. We haven't gotten to this point yet, but lyrics are going to be key.
Yeah, they will
key
be.
part of this, especially because, and some said the judge split the baby. We had a lot of hearings about lyrics, and then in the end, she said, "Okay, we'll allow some songs, not all songs. We'll allow a song with Trap Boy Freddy, but you can't play Trap Boy Freddy's voice. Well, yeah, some of these songs that you know of that stood out to you, and are you shocked of which songs were entered and which songs weren't?"
Yeah, I think I'm actually shocked that they were trying to add Freddie songs, and I don't know why. I don't think they're relevant to their beef at all. Songs that are omitted, I feel like you know, one of them is 219, and that was released in February 2019.
So my friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data, and because they trust me. As for the rest of you, Pure Talk is now offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months. Think of it like a test drive, a super affordable way to see firsthand why a few 100,000 of my closest friends made the switch to Pure Talk, an American wireless company where the friendships really are unlimited.
The Carter 5. But yeah, that song was not omitted for whatever reason. I think maybe it's because the song features NLE Choppa. So maybe it's not relevant to the case. But yeah, I say all the dates because I'm trying to like establish the timeline of
Yeah, you're fine.
And I think,
and that it showed that there was a progression of
yes,
things, right? It
it's
wasn't
basic,
just
yes.
it wasn't just one argument in 2020 and then you have a shooting on
Yeah.
35. And the prosecution and defense have said, I mean, this goes back to, I think you said, what, 2017?
Yeah, and I guess I was trying to, I guess, point the Mo3's comedian friend Roy Lee. He drops the song 219 on his birthday, and that a lot of people saw that as sort of like a retaliation. Yeah, retaliation record. But like, so shout out to Central Track. It's a blog that used to cover a lot of local music here. They wrote about that song 219 or 219 in around the time it dropped, and they wrote about all the beef and what happened and all that stuff. And like, it was just interesting to me that he made this song, and like you listen to it and it doesn't mention Yellow Beezy's name at all, but like it's sort of like a subliminal, it's like you can make an interpretation that he's addressing things that happened. Like he mentions the tollway shooting in 2018 that Beezy was involved in. So yeah, and then the fact that he dropped it on his friend's birthday, who his friend passed due to this sort of street beef that Beezy had with Mo3. I don't know. It's just all like very interesting to me that these things are kind of lining up, but like to the average casual listener, I don't think they'll catch
Right,
it.
they're connecting the dots. Or, I know people who are from Dallas, and so they know more about this than I'm from Atlanta. I've lived here 7 years, but I was definitely not knowledgeable about both parties involved. I knew more about Yellow Beezy than Mo3, like you said. And we talked at noon, and you made a good point about some that the defense is hoping that the jury believes about personas, right?
Right, yeah.
Kind of talk about just in the rap industry, every rapper is not from the streets, or they still don't live in the streets. I mean, some rappers rap about these things and they live in Allen, or not to call anybody out. I'm just saying a city, right?
Shout out to Allen.
So talk about you mentioned Rick Ross as an example. Talk about that again.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess the point I was making is, hip hop artists and rappers, they have personas. So it's like, I use the example of Rick Ross in that like he is someone who has made his career off of like luxury rap. He like created this whole persona around luxury rap and opulence. And I think with hip hop artists, a lot of the times they're drawing from like authentic stories that they've lived and they've went through. And a lot of times they sort of like create this storyline or like this like narrative around the world that they're trying to build with their music. And it can't think of an example where that is. It's probably the most recent one is like Montana 700. He's a new Dallas rapper, and he created this whole persona. Like people call him kind of like the Dallas Jeezy in a way. And so like he's created this whole persona on like trapping and like being a street rapper, but he doesn't do that anymore, like at all. He's more about giving back to the community and trying to build.
I mean, like Jay-Z is one of my favorite rappers.
Yeah,
he built his career right at the beginning off of him talking about selling drugs.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And then as his money increased, his lifestyle changed.
Yeah,
and he talks about other things. And we bring that up because I mean, you have a jury that's sitting here going to be listening to all this testimony, right?
Yeah.
And then they are the only ones that matter in this case, that will have to decide if one, do you think that, this person was hired first? That's a whole separate argument. But then two, how much they believe that these rap lyrics come into play. Now, the rap lyrics are way more important in the Marquise Conway case trial, whenever that happens, if that happens, than this one. I mean, this one, you have the alleged shooter. You have video of the shooting in broad daylight on 35.
Yeah.
You just heard witness testimony, and the first witness saying, "I don't want to be here." She was compelled to testify. I mean, and then testimony is hard to do. I mean, you have someone accusing someone else of committing a murder, and you're facing the person, and this is streamed, and everyone has their own opinions, and so it's a big deal. And now that it's really happening, to reset, if you just joined us, we are in the lunch break right now for the Kewon White trial. The trial finally started today. Jury selection was Monday. On Monday, Yellow Beezy and his attorneys had to be in the courtroom too, just in case something happened with this case. Some speculated that there may have been a plea deal with Kewon White, the alleged gunman who killed Mo3, Melvin Noble, in November of 2020 on 35 in Dallas. And so this now finally, 6 years later, in trial, Kewon White sitting in the courtroom. He's not in jail attire, which I know, a defendant, you're innocent until proven guilty. So he's in street clothes right now.
He's a turtleneck.
He's in a turtleneck
Yeah.
I was about to say in July, in August,
Yeah.
in Dallas. But that might be for a certain reason.
Right.
What have you taken away from today so far?
I
Now
think,
what? 3 witnesses in.
yeah, I think they both are presenting arguments that like could sway either way, right? But I think the thing that sort of caught me off guard was when the defense was like, "Oh, actually, Mo3 instigated the beef through a song called Pick Six because he wasn't on the song Six Pick." Six Pick, and I don't know, that kind of threw me off because that's new information I haven't heard of.
Do you think they're trying to, let me use my wording right, like plant a seed in the jury's head and then bring it back up? Like,
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think they're definitely doing their Googles and seeing like people covering, Mo3 ranting about not being on the song or whatever. But like that song is, I don't know, it mostly features like Fort Worth rappers, and it was released in 2017 of November. So like, yeah, it just kind of threw me off. Like, why are they mentioning
of them saying that was the origin?
Yeah, that was actually the origin of the beef, not this other like online tension and street
You mentioned bloggers. That has been a big topic this week.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
and to those who may not know, I love technology and I love the advancements that we have, but also it sort of hurts like other journalists. And I'll give y'all a peek into what I'm talking about. During jury selection, y'all didn't see any live streams because we cannot show jury selection really. I mean, because you don't want to run the risk of making a mistake and showing someone who may be a possible juror. And so we didn't have a camera in the courtroom, but there were multiple incidents this week with bloggers recording people in the hall or recording people in the courtroom, yada, yada, yada. And the judge kicking them out of the courtroom, but allowing them to still be in there. What do you make of, it's a difference between someone covering this from a professional organization and someone just having a phone and thinking that they know how to cover a trial. Do you have any friends who are in there? You ain't got to call anybody out, but I'm saying, like, do you think that, what do you make of that part of this week? Because it consumed Monday and Tuesday mentioning bloggers in the courtroom.
Yeah, I mean, I think it all kind of stems from, I don't know how deep I can go into this, but like Academics is probably the most known hip hop personality and blogger out there. He kind of recently got into a tiff with Rob Markman, and they were talking about journalists versus bloggers, and he tweeted something about like, hey, I'm going to call you paraphrasing here, the Keefe D trial, the Lil Durk trial, and the Yellow Beezy trial. So I think that might have inspired bloggers to try and just like
to come to the court.
Yeah, to like prove him right. Like, yeah, we'll show you journalists that we can do this. And ended up being that people who do this professionally, they understand the etiquette, they understand that all that stuff you can't do. And there is one blogger that is still there. I don't know if they are still there. They go by House TV. I
don't think. Well,
I'm not sure.
I would say I don't think the judge could kick someone out of the hall, but I'm not going to wade into that. I just know that has been a big part of this, like especially us waiting for this trial to start.
Yeah.
The fact that we had to say bloggers were kicked out of the courtroom multiple times is something interesting. If you're just joining us, the jury and everyone's supposed to come back in about 10 minutes or so, our lunch. I have never been on a jury, so I don't know what type of lunch they have. But hopefully
sandwiches.
Yeah, they were asking a lot of questions yesterday during the voir dire process. One of the jurors asked, can you bring his own lunch? You might want your own lunch. But again, to reset things, Eric Deep is joining us, hip hop journalist you've done some work with. Double XL, Dallas Observer, just to name a few. How has and I know there were like, in the wake of all this, like interviews on different rap stations and stuff.
Yeah.
How has, are things just now coming back up as far as people talking about this constantly? Or have people been talking about this well before we knew of a trial starting this week? Like in the hip hop community? Or
Yeah.
circles?
Are you speaking of like, are people talking about Mo3 and Yellow Beast
Yeah.
before?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, did it die down after 2020 and then only pop back up because now we're getting closer to a trial?
Yeah, I would say I think after 2020, it became one of those cases where like, it almost felt like an unsolved case, like Biggie and Pac, right? And like, but what was really beautiful about that time period between 2020 and now was that there was a lot of tributes to Mo3. Like, I think I went to like a bunch of like different rap shows, and they would just, stop to do outside better days for Mo3, and do the hashtag Long Live 3. But then now, I think after the indictment came out, I think that's when people started like
getting really interested.
Yeah,
in it,
yeah.
right? And then also learning more information. I mean, things that weren't revealed back in 2020, or I remember seeing this video for the first time. But I forgot exactly when we got it, but saying, oh man, because I mean, you think about a crime, regardless of what side you pick, you think about a crime, and it's like a perfect storm of having the video. Like, the prosecution wouldn't have as strong evidence if they didn't have this video from this Kroger delivery truck that happened to have a dash camera.
Right.
You would just be going off of that eyewitness testimony, that the two witnesses that we heard today, who were that car on the top left is one of the witnesses that was in a BMW, who said that when Kewon White allegedly got out of the car, she says that he was putting on his mask and told her to get out the way. And then she heard gunshots and called 911. And then another witness said that she was right next to the car where the shooting happened, and she could hear, all the gunshots, and said she wouldn't get up until she heard them stop.
And she also didn't. They were trying to get to a number of gunshots, and she couldn't recall how many gunshots.
And granted, and let me be real and transparent, like in a moment like that, I probably would not be able to count how many gunshots. But I am shocked that, usually we go to stories that someone to say, oh, I heard 5 gunshots, or I heard sound like 10 gunshots. It was interesting that they were trying to drill down how many gunshots did you hear?
Yeah, and going off of what you're saying, like everyone said they were nervous when they went up there.
I mean, how many times do you drive on the interstate? And I mean, we're in Texas, so people have road rage.
Right.
But how many times do you drive on the interstate and then traffic is stopped because of shooting and the person's running? It wasn't just shots fired at a car; it was someone running. And so the defense has a tall task, right, of trying to convince this jury that, one, it wasn't their client. This individual was wearing a ski mask, so their face was partially covered.
Obscured,
And Bree West and her team asking those during cross-examination, talking about, well, did you see the person's face? Do you know this person? Excuse me. But I mean, that's the image right there that you see. You see a guy with a weapon and a ski mask. I mean, that's as descriptive as you can try to get. And then, so that was why that witness was very important, of her saying, well, I saw part of his face.
Yeah.
And she isn't fully excused, so she could be called back. I know the paramedic, the guy with Dallas Fire and Rescue, he testified and just giving general information. And so it'd be interesting to see who the prosecution calls next. The biggest person is Detective Barnes. He is the lead investigator on this, and he's been entrenched in the Dallas community. He knows the rap scene. He knows about these different beefs. And last week, a judge ruling that he can't be an expert on rap music. A college professor will be able to be an expert on this.
Oh, interesting.
How important do you think Detective Barnes will be in this case?
Pretty important. I mean, I think, I can't remember who wrote an article about his sort of a detective work, and like breaking down like how the beef started and where it is now. But like I would say he's very important in the case.
Yeah, Detective Barnes, I know he's at the courtroom. I've seen reports that he's at the courtroom because I know right now the prosecution is trying to set the table, right?
Yeah.
So they start with Melvin Noble's mom. She gives the personal side of who she knows is her son. And the defense says, yeah, but you didn't know his whole life, right? And so that's that part. And then now we heard the eyewitnesses, if you will, those that were on the interstate
Yeah.
and said, I saw this guy get out. I heard the gunshots. I saw the body on the ground. And so now I'm wondering, now after lunch, after the jury has all this set up, they've seen the video of the shooting. Now, like, how are they really going to start tying Kewon White to this? I mean, and one thing that was interesting, and tell me if I missed it, but I was watching the whole thing.
Yeah.
I didn't hear once them ask the eyewitness, well, especially the first witness, um, is the man that you saw on the highway the person in the courtroom? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I didn't hear that either.
And I don't know if that's just Law and Order, or, but like
point to the person that's in the
if you
court.
saw the person,
Yeah.
or at least if the prosecution thinks she saw the person, you would say is the person in the courtroom. Now he
Yeah.
looks different,
Right. Yeah.
from 6 years ago, but I'm wondering why they didn't ask that question.
I saw the chat like talk about how he was whispering into his attorney's ear about something.
So I talked to a defense attorney yesterday, not associated with this case, and we were talking about, especially during Murd3r, like, okay, what are the conversations that a defendant is having with his lawyer as things are going on? Because he would talk to Bree West and write a note yesterday, and he said, well, as it relates to Murd3r, the process of setting a jury, he could have said, I like this juror, do you agree? No telling what he may have been talking about today.
Right.
Or sometimes the defendant also is telling them, you need to ask this question because I wasn't wearing a green jacket or something. Only the defense attorney and their client knows what they know.
Yeah.
But it could have been a host of things of what he was talking about. It could have been, I got to use the bathroom. I mean, you never know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. Forgot what my thought was. But yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're good. So we are waiting for the jury to come back from lunch break. They broke about an hour ago, and so we're waiting for them to come back at 12:30. And so that's the look in the courtroom. When they are back, of course, it'll look like what you were looking at for the first 2 hours. There is some movement in the courtroom. Somebody walked by, and so we're waiting for the jury to come back. They heard opening statements before 10 a.m. this morning from the prosecution and the defense. And then the first person that was on the stand was Nicole Noble, the mother of Mo3, Melvin Noble, talking about her son, talking about that he was a father. He was young, but talking about him being the father of 3 young kids at the time of the murder, a 1-year-old, 2-year-old, and 3-year-old children.
Right.
And then we heard from 2 witnesses. The first witness outright told the defense she didn't want to be there, but she was a key witness and could be a key witness in this. She said, oh, I saw this black car driving weird through traffic, then pulled over. I thought it was an accident. She said she asked the gunman, she thought he was going to help the person.
Right.
And then he allegedly pointed a gun at her and told her to leave. And so you see that video right there. I mean, this video, I think, is probably one of the biggest pieces of evidence outside of, the prosecution eventually is going to have to prove or argue how he was allegedly paid for this.
Yeah.
That, of course, right now, this is just day one. They're trying to set the scene, but they're gonna have to show evidence of that.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're gonna, if I'm gonna give my opinion, I think they're gonna have to rely on, Beezy's track On Your Head, because that is, it isn't.
It said 10,000. What did it say?
It said an amount. I can put a bounty on you, and so like if they can try to connect that, then.
And that's going to be key. Like they have to connect. Well, 2 separate things, because we're only talking about the trial for the shooter, but it still goes back to this other charge that they have against Yella Beezy, Marquise Conway.
Right.
They're saying that he hired Kewon White. And then, okay, if you hired him, then show us how you know that he hired him. So,
yeah.
And they have a witness list of more than 250 people. I highly doubt they're going to call 250 people.
Yeah, they had terabytes of evidence.
The prosecutor said, I don't hope to call 250 people.
Yeah.
And then you have to think about the jury are humans too. Like, some trials go a week, some trials go months. Like, you got to they have to read the body language of the jury too. This is day one, so not really, but in the days to come, because if you're putting up all these witnesses, then they're going to forget some of the good stuff or the important things that you tried to lead with because you're muddying it with all these other expert witnesses. But
Yeah.
again, it's 1:30. They broke it like 12:33. So they could be coming back in soon.
Hey, Holmes, find me a 3-bedroom home in Atlanta, near a Whole Foods. Show me the kitchens. Ready to see what you will find with Holmes AI?
Now, 6 years later, the person accused of killing Melvin Noble is on trial for murder. And only on Monday was Yella Beezy, Marquise Conway, in the courtroom. But I think I was told that some of his family members may be in there this morning. I have to double check, but I know he's not in there.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't expect him to be in there for this. He was only in court Monday because the judge said, you and your lawyer need to be here just in case something happened.
Yeah.
Are you shocked? I've asked everyone this question. Are you shocked that White has not, as of right now, taken a deal? Or do you think he believes, I got a better shot at going through trial?
Yeah, I think he believes he has a better shot at going to trial.
Why do you think that?
The legal process, I think, and just the fact that this is mostly centered around Yella Beezy and Mo3 and he's sort of like
an important part, but I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's like it's really like around them two, and so it's like he maybe feels like that if it goes through, like he might have a shot of,
And I think whatever happens in this is definitely dramatically going to impact the Yella Beezy trial, right?
Yeah.
Like if, let's just say, a jury finds White not guilty,
right?
Then I think that's going to dramatically impact how they approach the case with Conway. Because if a jury just found the alleged gunman not guilty, then they might think another jury might not understand the connection between the two men. And that's what we have not heard yet, any connection between the two men. Trap Boy Freddy's name has been said 3 times or 4 times.
Yeah, the beginning, right? The defense was like, oh, a third person, Trap Boy Freddy.
Yella Beezy's name has been said a couple times.
Right.
But again, no connections yet.
Just sort of
just asking if you need.
Yeah, and you were saying earlier about setting it up. And I think that's probably what's happening. If we're going to go into the afternoon, I don't think we're going to maybe have any can you name the person in the room thing yet?
Yeah, I was just in, and I'm gonna ask some of my legal people when we get off, because I just assumed that, especially for the first woman who said on the stand, I saw him put his mask on. Like, even if it was a objection or whatever, okay, is the person in here? And didn't hear that question.
Yeah.
So again, folks, this is day 1 of this trial. The prosecution expects this trial to go 2 weeks. Then I heard someone say a week and a half. I want you to take a listen at some of the opening statements again if you're just joining us.
If there is one thing that we can agree on, it's that no one likes to be used. No one likes to be misled. And the evidence that the state is going to present to you is going to have you with jurors making leaps of faith. But I submit to you that this is not a church, this is a courtroom, and the law demands evidence. You're going to see that the state's case is riddled with speculation, assumptions, and flawed conclusions. Now, in Word R, we talked to you a lot about beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the state's verdict. They bought the indictment, they have to prove it. It's their capital murder case that is on trial. What are they going to be able to prove to you? It is not for you to use your imagination to help bridge the gap of their evidence. It is for you to demand that they bring you the evidence and close the gaps for you. Now you're going to hear, and I agree with the state, you're going to hear lots of things. But amassing information does not mean that the state has proven its case. You're going to hear about media, social media, association, friendships, rivalry.
Your Honor.
Yes.
The next witness will be the medical examiner. And so I don't know how you handle that as far as,
Say that again?
I don't know how you handle that as far as the live.
So what you're looking at now, where the jury is back from lunch, and I just heard Tommy Adams, the prosecutor.
Swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. All right, good afternoon, Doctor.
Afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Fine.
Would you mind introducing yourself to this jury and spelling your name for the court reporter, please?
Sure. Jeffrey Barnard, Barnarv.
And Doctor, how are you currently employed?
I'm retired from Dallas County, but I currently work on a part-time basis doing autopsies in California.
And you said retired from Dallas County. How long did you work with Dallas County?
Over 37 years.
Okay. I want to kind of just go back as it relates to your background, training experience. I know you testified probably hundreds of times in this courthouse.
Maybe more than that.
Yeah, I didn't want to say thousands, but you've testified quite a bit. So if you wouldn't mind just telling the jury a little bit about your training, background, and experience.
Yeah, I attended Texas A&M University and received a Bachelor of Science in Medicine degree. Attended Texas A&M College of Medicine and received my MD degree. I served a general surgery internship at Scott and White Hospital in Temple, Texas. I served a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Scott and White Hospital. I served a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology in Long Island at the Suffolk County Medical Examiner's Office. I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. I was and still am a professor of pathology at UT Southwestern Medical School. I worked during my internship, residency, and fellowship on a part-time basis as an emergency room physician. I'm the current chairman of the Texas Forensic Science Commission appointed by the governor.
And have you testified in state court, state court and civil court as an expert in pathology?
Yes.
Few or many times?
Many.
Your Honor, this time I ask the court, designate Dr. Bernard as an expert in pathology.
Any objection by the defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, court will designate Dr. Jeffrey Bernard as an expert in pathology.
Thank you. And so, Dr. Bernard, back in 2020, what was your official capacity with Dallas County at that time?
I was the director of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences and the chief medical examiner for Dallas County.
And what were some of your job responsibilities and duties as the chief medical examiner for the Dallas County, or I'm going to say SWIFT, as the chief medical examiner and as the head of SWIFT?
Well, it's two different things, but as the director of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences, I oversaw both the criminal investigation laboratory as well as the medical examiner's office. So in the criminal investigation area, the crime lab, so to speak, I was administratively oversaw that. So that dealt with the employees, budgets, that sort of thing. As the chief medical examiner, I oversaw the medical examiner's office, all the other medical examiners, and I did autopsies as well.
Now, Doctor, I kind of want to just hop right into this. Did you perform an autopsy in IFS-20-21399-ME?
Well, the ME is just means the medical examiner, so, but the number is correct. I did that autopsy.
Okay. And Your Honor, this time that offer State's Exhibit 960, which is a copy of Dr. Bernard's CD previously tendered to the defense counsel.
Did you say 960?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection, this is 960, Your Honor.
Since it's at 960, is it admitted? Is it
960?
960.
Yes.
Is it admitted for all purposes?
Thank you, Your Honor. And again, permission to move freely about the courtroom during testimony. Thank you. Now, Doctor, before we get into the actual report that you did in this case, can you tell us, Jerry, a little bit about what pathology is, what an autopsy is? Can you just kind of give them an overview of all this?
Yeah, so pathology itself is the study of disease. And forensic pathology is kind of a subspecialty of that, in which your job is to determine the cause and manner of death. And in so doing that, many times an autopsy is performed. And an autopsy is both an external and an internal examination of the body. And the external examination is that part of the exam which is performed prior to making incisions into the body. So that could be things as simple as color of the hair, color of the eyes. Those are all parts of the external examination. Also, if there are any injuries that are identifiable on the skin surface, those are documented. The internal examination is that part of the exam which is performed in which appropriate incisions are made into the body. The organs which reside within the body cavities are examined. Also during that, you're looking for any sort of injury, and the organs are removed, and any sort of natural disease, if present, are documented. Organs are weighed, they're dissected, and then ultimately placed back in the body for burial. Also, during both the external and internal examination, fluids are removed for toxicology examination, that is, drug testing.
And can you briefly describe when you receive a body in a homicide case, or when a body comes to you that it's suspected a homicide may be involved? How does that work?
Well, homicide, all bodies are brought in, the body bags are tagged, so they're sealed up. But in cases where you suspect that there's a homicide, well, then an x-ray is performed before you open the body bag. That is, it's a scanning x-ray so that, you know, if there's a bullet that might be loose in the body bag, or as we've seen before, guns that are in the body bag placed for some unknown reason. And then you get an idea of whether there are any projectiles that need to be recovered or anything else that may be recoverable.
Now, IFS 20-21399, you stated that you did perform an autopsy, and did you perform or create a report regarding that autopsy that you performed?
Yes.
Dr. Armstrong has been marked as State's Exhibit 5. And I'm also going to give you 6. And 6 through 35.
All right.
I'm also in the State's Exhibit 4, which is already in evidence.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's been a long 2 days to start. The board. Doctor, are you familiar with States Exhibit 4, 5, 6 through 35, I believe?
I am.
And what are States Exhibits? First of all, we'll start with 6, 5, and 6. What are States Exhibit 5 and 6?
States Exhibit 5 is a copy of the autopsy report I generated from the autopsy. 6 is actually part of the autopsy. It's the diagram where I listed out all the entrances, exits, gunshot wounds. And in the back part of that is the cause of death sheet. 4 is an identification photograph. And the rest of the photos 7 through 35 are autopsy photographs that I took at the time I did the autopsy.
Okay. And when you do an autopsy and you take photos, how many photos do you think you take, especially on an autopsy like the one we have here?
I took a large number of photographs. This is part of the photographs. It's not all of them.
Would you say that's a small or a large portion of the photos from the autopsy?
Yeah, I tend to think less is more rather than introducing 50, 60 photographs. Trying to get representative photographs is what I think is more important. So this would be a small number relative to the total.
Sure. And in preparation for your testimony today, you and I have met.
Yes.
And that was the group that you felt was the best representation for this jury to understand your testimony.
Yes.
And also, I prepared a PowerPoint to use during the demonstration. Do you believe States Exhibits 5, 6, and 7 through 35 would help aid the jury in understanding your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
State would offer States Exhibits 5 through 35 for all purposes, as well as States Exhibit 36, which is just the PowerPoint for the presentation.
Which exhibit is in PowerPoint? Count?
36 is the PowerPoint.
Do you want 4?
Oh.
We have no objections to States Exhibit number 5, States Exhibit number 6. We do object to States Exhibit 7 through 28 as being overly prejudicial.
Let me see it. Exhibit 7 through 29.
And
Let me see the order.
The Mo Value Meal. More choices, big value, all for $9.95.
All right, what's the state's response?
Your Honor.
State 1728.
Yes, Your Honor, this is an extremely complicated autopsy that was performed. There's I believe there's exactly 13 wounds to the victim itself. And I can develop some more testimony with Dr. Bernard to explain the complexity of this and the reason for him needing all of these photos and why we pared it down extensively from the total amount. And the probative value substantially outweighs the prejudicial value when it comes to proving a capital murder.
Are there photos in 7 to 28 that are duplicates of each other?
They're not duplicative.
Okay. And
The only thing would be some are further away, but then a closer up to actually see, and so the doctor can explain the nature of the wounds themselves. So it might be the same.
so the state's saying that these photographs will aid Dr. Bernard in describing how this individual was killed or
Yes, Your Honor.
suffered.
And I believe that was his testimony as well.
All right, defense objections are overruled.
Okay, and we have no objections to 29 to 35, Your Honor, and 36, the state has implicated, or has implied that 36 is their PowerPoint, and it's just a comprehensive version of the photographs and the medical report. As long as that is what is only on there, we're fine.
Okay.
It is, and it's been previously submitted to defense counsel. Just makes it easier to go through with the doctor.
The defense doesn't have any objections to that. So, case exhibits 5, 6, 7 through 35, and 36 were admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would y'all like to retreat, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I'll come with you.
Court has determined that the probative value of said exhibits outweigh the prejudicial effect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
Issue made.
The state would also offer just for demonstrative purposes, its exhibit 6A, which is just a demonstrative, so Dr. Bernard can testify to the photos and where they're at. State 6 is in evidence.
So are we showing the one that's in evidence plus this one? I mean, I don't know how many he needs to be able to testify to.
This is the same thing that's already in, it's just for demonstrative, so he can show it or he can point to the location while the photos are on the screen.
6 exhibit 6 has already been admitted.
Correct, this is just a demonstrative of state's exhibit 6.
No objection,
All right, Doctor.
Exhibit 6A is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is the location okay for the defense?
No, Your Honor, it's right as it is.
Do you want to put it over there by the door? That's before.
I was gonna have him step down, y'all not see that?
Well, Mr. White has to be able to.
I'm sure the jurors can see that, right? Okay. Can the defense see this diagram?
Yes.
All right, no procedure on it.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. All right, now, doctor, I want to start with State's Exhibit 5, and you have a copy of your autopsy report, is that correct?
I do.
I want to start with State's Exhibit 5, first page here. What do we see in State's Exhibit 5?
Well, on the first page is the upper portion is kind of the administrative aspect of it. That is the name of the individual, the case number, when the date and time of death, and then when the examination was performed, body weight, things like that. The middle box is where all the organ weights from the autopsy are listed. And then the next part begins the external examination. So the lower half is the external examination.
Now, as far as
One second, I see the jury struggling to see some of the, can you all see this one as well?
Reflection.
Is that better? Or worse? That's better?
This one's the best.
That one's the best? Okay. All right.
going on to the second page, what do we have here on the second page?
Well, page 2, the initial top part of it, a section we have called identifying marks and scars. So anybody that has scarring or tattoos or anything like that, that's the area where that is listed. Then the next part is evidence of therapy, so that whatever resuscitative procedures were performed, that's listed there. And then the next part is the evidence of injury, and I give a summation of the fact there are 13 rifle wounds, and they're numbered 1 through 13. They could have been, start with the letter A, but you have to identify them one way or the other. So I just picked the number. Does not mean that that's the number in which they occurred. And so then I start out with rifle wound number 1 and then moved on through all 13 of them.
Okay. And we'll go through that here in a second, once we actually start diving into your findings to the actual wounds themselves. But again, that is all for the external examination of the deceased, correct?
No, I mean, once you get to page 2, the injuries have both the external and internal aspect of them.
Correct. This next portion on page 6 is where you are going into the injuries, is that fair?
Well, that's after you described all of the injuries. And then I put a caveat in there saying that once these injuries have been described, I'm not going to be repeating them. And so then you go into the internal examination, and that's the area you describe those things which are separate and apart from the injury section. So it's like, what the heart looks like and that sort of thing. But if there was an injury to that organ, it would have been described above. It's not being described in the next part.
Correct. And so toxicology and all this is all coming, weights of organs has already been described. You have everything kind of sectioned out in this report, is that fair?
Right. I mean, it's a format that we fill in, and then there is a way that the report is generated. And so, you're doing them in a section.
Now we're going to go through each of the wounds. That time period.
Right.
Now, again, you said you were the chief medical examiner as well as the director of SWIS, but you still, in that capacity, you were still performing autopsies.
I did a full caseload while I was the chief and the director.
In 2020, we were all pretty busy.
Yeah, we were busy, really busy.
Moving on to page number 8. Now, this portion, does it reference back to your earlier findings or your earlier comments regarding your examination?
Yeah. Yeah, this is really a summation page. And this makes it easier for people to look at, in particular attorneys, so that it's kind of organized for them. Otherwise, you could leave that whole thing off, but then it requires people to go back and read through all the description of it. And so this is a summation page so that it's a little bit easier for people to understand.
We appreciate that. So for example, here, number 1, and again, when you number, for example, left wound of trunk and it's number 1, you number just based off the first one that you're talking about.
Yeah, you have to arbitrarily pick whatever your starting injury is. It could, and like I said, I could call that A instead of 1, but I called it 1. And you pick one that you start with for whatever reason, be it it's the highest one up or whatever. So it's my determination what I'm going to call number 1.
Sure. Your Honor, I'm going to do this over there actually by him so that as he's talking about those, it makes it a little bit easier. And Doctor, if you want to, as you described at our point, if you want to point at any of these as we go through, and especially as we're going through some of the photos.
Sure.
And again, the jury will have this and they can go back and we're going to talk about all of these as we look at the photos, but each one of the wounds that you've notated in your report and on your diagram, these findings are what are towards the end. Is that correct?
That's right.
Now you discussed an x-ray here in State's Exhibit number 9. Was this the x-ray that was done in this case?
Yeah, there's probably more than one x-ray, but this would have been the initial x-ray where the body bag is sealed up. So you're trying to figure out what do we have in there. Like I said, sometimes there are bullets that are loose. Sometimes there are weapons that are in there. Sometimes you've got some other things like clothing, as in this case. So we will just do a scanning x-ray before we open the bag so we know what we're dealing with.
And you talked about like projectiles. Is it possible for the jurors to see here any projectiles or any, foreign objects that were in the decedent's body?
Yeah, I mean, I know what I'm looking for, but the thing is that some things may look like projectiles, and say up in the left upper corner that you see that opaque area, well, those are zippers. So, you have to kind of know that everything that's may have metal in it can look like one thing or another. But I'm looking at the body trying to determine what do I need to look for. And so you can see projectiles in particular as you look at it, to your left is going to be the decedent's right side of the body.
Now, as far as property, y'all also log all the property that they come in with?
Yeah, I mean, I will describe what jewelry is on the body and leave that, mainly because our volume was so great that if you tried to take all the jewelry off and then keep track of it, there's always potential you can lose it or the family won't get it. So our goal was to try and leave things like that alone. Things that are separate, like say a wallet or things of that nature, yes, we'll take those out. They're sealed up and then they're either released to the police or they're released to the family, depending on the circumstances.
State's Exhibit 35, was that the currency in the property that was on the complainant when he came in?
Yes.
And again, just documentation?
Yeah, and I took a photograph of it so that it showed how much there was. And then I believe I released that to the police since the circumstances to me were somewhat unknown. So I'd let them deal with who they release that to if they release it.
Sure. All right. And so now we're going to go into the autopsy itself. Now, in State's Exhibit 6, and we have it here in the PowerPoint, can you describe to the jury what position is this when you use this position?
All right. So what you're seeing is what we call the anatomic position. And that's a standard position. So it's an individual standing up with their palms out. Now, that doesn't mean that's the position they were in when they received the injuries. You just have to pick one so that you can say, okay, this is going from right to left, left to right. So you know what, and in this case, we'll talk about one of those wounds where the way that the wound was received may not be the way that it is like that. But you just pick that as a standard. So, you know front, you know back, but that's what you work from, or what I work from when I'm describing my report.
In a homicide investigation or a homicide autopsy, would you agree with me that bullets are moving when they're shot from a gun?
Yeah, it's got velocity to it, so yes.
And is it fair that to say that when a lot of times in homicide investigations or autopsies, an individual's body may be moving when they're shot?
Yeah, well, the bullet's moving, the individual that gets shot can be moving, the person who's shooting can be moving, or all of them are happening.
And so what we see on TV with CSI, it's not that way when it comes to the actual true science in the doctor that's doing the autopsy.
Television has been a blessing and a curse because you don't solve these things in 15 minutes like they do on TV. So it isn't as easy as they may make it on television.
Now, they may make it look easy. I want to talk specifically about this case. You and I have had a chance to work together many times over the years. Would you describe this autopsy in particular as straightforward or complicated?
No, this was a very complicated autopsy. You have injuries that are occurring to the front, the back, the side. They're taking weird courses or tracks where the bullets are going. So it's a very complicated case.
And you've been performing autopsies in 2020 for how many years?
Well, since 1987 in Dallas and 1986 in New York. So a long time.
Fair. Now, I want to just go through them with you one by one. We'll start number one and walk through this. Stage number one, what are we looking at? Or sorry, gunshot wound number one.
Yeah,
what are we looking at here?
Yeah, so wound number one, and I have kind of a legend down here. So the solid circles are your entrance, the open circles are the exits, and then there's this little circle with an X through it, and that's going to be a re-entrance. So in this, the dark circle, Judge, can I step down?
You may.
There you go, sir.
That's probably overkill. So wound number one, the entrance is in the back, and then the exit is in the.
Your day-to-day covered with Base 44 super agents. Your life is chaotic. Set up a personal.
What it hit. So it got the spleen and it got the stomach, but it also entered into the chest cavity. So it went through the retroperitoneum, that's that back portion. And so it got several organs. It got the lung and it got the heart. And after it got the heart,
And what do we see here in States Exhibit 10?
Trying to find what the easiest way is. States 10, that's the entrance wound to what I arbitrarily numbered.
In States Exhibit number 11, we talked about the close-up view. Is that the close-up?
So the body is a curved surface. And, you're talking about whether there's residue, there's no residue surrounding. It's got an abrasion, that little scrape around the surface, and that pretty much defines it as being an entrance wound. And so when it went through that, it went from back going to the front, went from the left going to the right, and then it went upward.
So that was the entrance. Over here on the chest in State's Exhibit number 12, what do we see here?
That's the exit wounds for gunshot wound or rifle wound number 1.
Moving on to wound number 2, what do we have here?
Yeah, wound number 2, as I chose this as number 2, was a wound in the presacral region, so it's right at the sacral area. That wound then went through the musculature and exited over on the right lateral chest. So it was going from back to front, from left to right and upward. And it went through muscle. Didn't get into the cavity to hit organs.
So again, back here at State's Exhibit number 10, State's Exhibit 10, you have like a little placard down there.
Yeah, that's the wound right there.
And State's Exhibit number 13, is that a close-up of it?
Yes, it is. As you can see, at the lower part's a little bit of the crease where the sacrum comes together and the buttocks come together.
Now, the exit wound on State's Exhibit 15, but that is the exit wound of State's Exhibit, or sorry, wound number 2, is that correct?
Yeah, there are 2 wounds that are in this.
Okay.
So in this is the exit wound of number 2. That's the entrance of number 10. And then these are not entrance wounds, though they look kind of like it, but they're not.
And again,
Be it asphalt, not asphalt, concrete, be it glass, be it parts, whatever it is, something that also struck the body. Could even be projectile fragments. There's just nothing I recovered out of it.
and when you say interposed, an interposed target, what do you mean by that?
Well, if a person fires a weapon through something and some of whatever it is they are shooting through, some of that material hits the body, that is an interposed target. So that, like, for example, you shot through a window and some of the glass hit the body. Well, the glass is the interposing target. Not just one, maybe several different things that struck the body.
And so your testimony is not to say that this went through glass or anything. It's just, and there's a term for this too, correct? What we see on the body here.
Well, the around exit 2, the smaller stuff you tend to call pseudo-stippling.
And you didn't find any true stippling, is that correct?
Right. Stippling is marks made by gunpowder, and I didn't see any of that on the body.
And so
this is an exit. You wouldn't see it on the exit anyway.
And so pseudo-stippling in a situation like this would be whatever came from that transposed target. If somebody shot off the ground and concrete or cement or something then came up and hit the body.
Whatever it was that hit it.
Correct. Fragment, whatever.
Yep.
Wound number 3. What do we have here?
Yeah, wound number 3 was a wound that entered in the kind of side of the buttock. And then that wound entered into the retroperitoneum, and it then deposited a fragment in the retroperitoneal region, and then it exited, it went through the small intestines, then exited the front of the abdomen.
Here in State's Exhibit 16, what are we looking
Well, the 2 wounds there, but in particular, this is the entrance to wound number 3.
And so that would be the one furthest to the left and highest up in the picture.
Yes, that's right.
State's Exhibit number 20.
Yeah, 20 shows 2 exit wounds. This is 3 and that's 5. But this, since we're talking about 3, that's 3, the upper exit wound.
Okay, so you have 2 exit wounds right near each other.
Yep.
I'll probably skip over that since we covered that is 3 and 5 though.
That is 3 and 5.
Wound number 4, what do we see here?
4 is a wound in the buttock region, you can see. And that one then took off through the musculature of the buttock and exited the flank in a real irregular exit wound.
And so in State's Exhibit number 16, where would that be located? Maybe State's Exhibit 17 is easier to see.
Yeah, this is the entrance wound to number 4.
Okay, right in the middle.
Right, and then up there is 3.
Exit wound number 4 in State's Exhibit number 18.
Yeah, this irregular large defect is the exit to 4.
Wound number 5.
Yeah, wound number 5 is a rifle wound that entered in the medial or inner aspect of the left buttock. It then went through the pelvic region, hit the bladder, and then exited, well, as we saw earlier, right below exit number 3.
And so they're on State's Exhibit 19. Can you, it's kind of hard to see.
It is right here.
Another glare probably doesn't make it very easy, but and we've already covered the exit wound on 5.
Yep.
So wound number 6, what do we have here?
Wound number 6 is a wound in the left side of the abdomen, and adjacent to it, or a little bit inner aspect to that and a little lower, is wound number 7. And the reason I'm describing it like that is that 6 went through the intestines, went through the liver, and hit the right chest wall. 7 went into the abdomen, hit the intestines, hit the liver, and hit the chest wall. Because of the proximity of those wounds, I couldn't necessarily separate out, because there was one of them that dropped a projectile in the chest cavity, one that was in the chest wall. I couldn't separate out which one went to what, but they went together that direction.
And in State's Exhibit number 18, is that the entrance wound?
This is the entrance number 6 at the top.
Wound number 7, what do we see here?
Yeah, as I just described, it was a little bit inner aspect of 6 and a little below it. And again, its trajectory is very similar to 6's.
And so State's Exhibit 21 is kind of just a different angle of that portion of the body. Is that
Yeah, I shot the photograph, so it shows the exit of 4, the entrance of 6, and the entrance of 7.
Wound number 8.
Yeah, 8 was a wound in the side of the left thigh, and that one went up to the muscle and embedded a projectile in the anterior abdominal wall.
And where is that portion of the abdominal wall?
Well, I mean, it's in this general area right in here.
Below the belly button?
Yeah, oh yeah, sorry.
State's Exhibit 22.
Yeah, so you're seeing wound 8, wound 9, both of them are visible.
State's Exhibit 23. What is that showing?
Yeah, so 9, I just showed you that on the other photograph. It was on the front part of the thigh. This one went up through the muscle. It exited on the inner aspect of the left thigh, grazed the scrotum, and re-entered into the right inner thigh and ended up in the chest wall.
And so, and I'm sure sometime during your career, I've possibly done it at some point, ask a medical examiner, can you tell me what angle this person was shot at based off what you see in your examination?
Yeah, it's very difficult to do that, other than I use the probe to show just the kind of angle, just to get the line of entrance, exit, and re-entrance to show you. So the body has to be rotated in a format that when that shot occurred, it's going up this direction and the projectile's ending up in the chest wall.
So that was 8 and 9.
Yep.
Which was multiple entrances, exits, re-entry. When a bullet goes through either a transposed target or some tough material inside of the body, whether it be a bone or something or an organ, or goes through and re-enters, what can happen a lot of times?
Well, you're losing, it's kinetic energy is the force that's forcing that's driving the projectile on. So at some point it loses its energy. When it loses its energy, it stops. And so in this case, if that's the question you're asking,
Sure.
is it's going through all of this and ultimately it comes to rest in the chest wall.
And sometimes will there be a deformity to the projectile as well?
Well, there can be if it hits something that causes it to be deformed, whether it starts out hitting something first or hitting it along its course.
Thank you. That's what I was hoping to hear. Wound number 10, what do we see here?
Well, 10 was an irregular wound, and I described it earlier. There were 3 defects. Well, you can see it here. So you have the exit to 2, you have the entrance 10, which is big and irregular, a couple other fragments that don't really go anywhere, and then you got other defects, and again, those only stay confined to the skin and the very soft tissue under it. So 10, it went into the side of the chest wall, and there's a projectile under it. So that one had to have lost all of its energy before it really hit the chest wall, and so it didn't go very deep, and it stopped there.
Would that be consistent with that projectile hitting concrete?
Could be.
And is that consistent? I mean, hitting concrete, would that be consistent with having this other pseudo-stippling on that right flank of the body?
Yeah, you're getting a lot of other material striking the skin surface. Whether some of that was other fragments, I didn't recover them, so they weren't there. But something did that. And it's something that was hit and it was superficial, and this other one had lost its velocity before it hit really the skin surface, so it didn't go very far.
So if somebody was laying on the ground and someone were to shoot into the ground before it loses kinetic energy, you could create a situation like that.
Yeah, I mean, if it hit something and then hit the body, sure.
Let's see, number 11, what do we have here?
Yeah, number 11 is a gunshot wound, a rifle wound that hit the forearm. So in anatomic position, it entered on the front of the forearm on the little finger side and exited the back and thumb side. So it doesn't tell you what position the arm was in when the injury occurred, but when you're describing it anatomically, then it's going from front to back, it's going from right to left or medial to lateral and upward.
Is that what we see here in State's Exhibit 25?
It is. You can see the entrance over here and the exit is on that side, thumb side.
Number 12.
Number 12 is a wound to the back of the left hand. And, you know, a lot of times you really can't tell which way it's going. But in this particular case, there's an abrasion there. So my opinion is that it went from the index finger side towards the ring finger side. Superficial, but it did travel that direction. But then when you put it in anatomic position, you're turning it this way. So if the wound was received this way, it's still going to, in anatomic, we're describing it, it's going the opposite direction.
And then wound number 13, what do we have here?
Yeah, 13 is a graze wound of the elbow. And I could not see, it was superficial enough that I could not get directionality as to which way it was going. I can't tell if it was going from above downward or from below upward.
So when we go back and we look at all of the wounds that you've identified, both superficial and not superficial, how many of these wounds would you describe as lethal?
Now, well, you know, all of them potentially can be lethal if, you know, you don't get treatment and you've got infection and bleeding, but there were several that were rapidly fatal. So the most rapidly fatal is one, because that went through the heart, went through the lungs, went through the spleen, but 6 and 7 went through the intestines and went through the liver. So those are lethal, would be rapidly lethal. And then 3 went through the intestines, 5 went through the bladder. So all those untreated are lethal, but some are more rapidly lethal than others.
And I think when we talked previously, I think we counted it up and it was 5 rapidly lethal wounds. Does that sound right?
That's probably right.
Objection, leading room.
Oh.
Four or five.
And when you say rapidly lethal, what do you mean by rapidly lethal?
Yeah, that means that in some cases, well, in particular, in number one, even if that had been at the emergency room at Parkland, their surgeons may say they could save them, but their odds are pretty minimal. You could save anybody. Means that you're hitting an organ that is critical to life, and to be able to fix that, you've got to fix the spleen, you got to fix the lung, and you got to fix 2 holes in the heart. And so in my opinion, those are the ones that's not survivable.
What if somebody was presenting these wounds, what would you expect to see from them as if you saw this happen to me?
Breaking news, Japan's #1 Hane
gyoza.
You don't know about Ajinomoto gyoza? Finally.
A wound to the head. So, in that particular case, they're bleeding. They would not be instantly unconscious, but they would be rapidly unconscious because of blood loss, and then they'd be rapidly dead.
And would you expect to see potentially rapid blood loss outside of the body?
Well, you could. There's a lot of different defects, so it's certainly possible to have external hemorrhage.
Sure. And have there been cases that you've worked that you might expect a lot of blood loss, but there wasn't?
Well, there are times that, yeah, that can happen because you can get other things. You get through like the lung and the heart, you could get an air embolus, and the air gets in there and can block the heart and kill it. So you would expect you could see a lot of blood, and then you don't. So the answer is yeah. I've seen a lot of different things.
Sure. Okay. Now, as far as your ultimate conclusions, did you make a conclusion and have an opinion as to what caused the death of Melvin Noble?
Yes.
And what was that conclusion?
He died as a result of injuries sustained from multiple rifle wounds.
And in your cause of death report, manner of death,
Homicide.
what does that mean when you classify manner of death?
Well, homicide, you're asking me what I define as homicide?
Correct.
Death at the hands of another person.
As far as the recovery of projectiles, did you recover projectiles in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you State's Exhibit number 30. Do you recognize what's here in the picture of State's Exhibit 30?
Yes, that's their name would have been associated with wound number 3.
And again, we see the IFS number. Is that something that carries along with this case?
Yes.
And then you've done State's Exhibit 33.
That's anterior abdominal wall. That would have been from wound number 8.
State's Exhibit 34.
Right chest cavity, that would have been either 6 or 7. And since I couldn't separate out the 2, I can't tell you which one of the 2 it is.
State's Exhibit 31.
That would have been number 7 or 6. Could have also been wound number 9, but probably it was the 6 and 7 because they were pretty close together.
State's Exhibit 32.
Yeah, right lateral chest wall, because you can see the projectile is deformed, is probably associated with 10.
And again, you're not testifying to what caused the deformity or anything like that.
No.
Whereas, and just for comparison, State's Exhibit 29 how would you describe that projectile in comparison to the projectile in State's Exhibit 32?
32 is, I'm sorry, which one is that?
So this is 29
29 is not deformed.
versus 32.
The tip of it is deformed.
And State's Exhibit 29, this was a projectile that you recovered from.
Right lateral chest wall, probably number 9.
And again, the reason for saying probably is because of the complexity, of this autopsy.
Yeah, you have a lot of intersecting tracks. You have things ending up in a similar area, and you're trying to follow the track to be as accurate as you can. But sometimes you can't really separate them totally out. But I recovered all of them.
Your Honor, may I have one moment, please?
Yes.
Now, doctor, just as far as those projectiles, those are then put inside those, I know this seems like a silly question, those are then put inside those envelopes, is that correct?
Yeah, they're sealed up in the envelopes, separately barcoded, and then all the evidence is placed in a sealed bag and then transferred into the evidence registration.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes, you may.
The projectile from the autopsy.
37 through 42. Will you please take a look at those?
Right?
What is contained within State's Exhibits 37 through 42?
Well, these are sealed envelopes with the projectiles that I recovered at the autopsy.
State would offer State's Exhibits 37 through 42 for all purposes, 36 tendered to defense counsel for all purposes.
No objection, Judge.
This is 37 through 42 or medical.
Now, Doctor, the projectiles that are in State's Exhibits 37 through 42, these are also, so we put the photos in, right? That's what's
Right.
inside these photos.
Yes,
And there's biohazard stickers on as well.
yes, there are.
Doctor, as it relates to firearms, is a firearm a deadly weapon?
Yes,
Is it capable of causing serious bodily injury or death?
yes,
Is shooting somebody 13 times or at least 5 times, would you, as an expert on this, would you consider that an act clearly dangerous to human life?
yes.
Pass with it, Sean.
Yes, sir. Dr. Bernard, you said you've been practicing for about 40 years?
Yes,
Okay. And you've done fairly to say thousands and thousands of autopsies?
I have.
Okay. And you implied that this one was complex or had some complexities. Is that correct?
It was complex.
Okay. And is part of the reason that it was complex is because if someone is in motion, if the victim is in motion or the person that's shooting the victim is in motion, that can mean that the bullet could be going in different directions. Is that correct?
Well, essentially the answer is yes, but the bullet will go wherever the bullet is aimed. But if the body is in motion or the shooter and the victim are in motion, the track can be unusual because of whatever position the body was in at the time it was struck.
So it's just where we're clear, it's not that this was some big complex autopsy because of the amount of shootings. It was complex because of the two individuals perhaps being in motion in the direction and the angle of the bullets.
Yes and no to that. I mean, when you have multiple projectiles, multiple injuries, those are much more complex than a single gunshot wound. But then when you add unusual trajectories, it makes it even more complex.
And this autopsy happened on August 12th, 2020. Is that correct?
I think is November.
I'm sorry, November 12th, 2020.
11th, and then I did the autopsy the 12th.
Okay. And how long does it normally take you to do an autopsy?
Depends on the case. I mean, if it's a drug overdose case, then that might take an hour. If it's a case like this, it could take all day.
199 pounds, is that correct?
That's the weight we got, yes.
Okay. And as far as his height, you have about 5'7", 6
Yeah.
inches.
Yes,
You were able to take some money off his body, or there was some money that came with his body, is that correct?
that's correct.
And that was about $1,812?
Somewhere around that.
And when he came to, or when someone comes to the medical examiner's office, do they have their clothes on or they don't?
Depends. It's variable.
Do you remember if Mr. Nolan had his clothes on?
No, I believe he was nude because he had gone to the hospital, and then there was a bag with clothing inside the body bag.
And I do believe that the state had showed you a body bag, and at the bottom between Mr. Noble's legs, there was appeared to be like a circular object. Was that the bag with his clothes?
I believe that's correct.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about some of your findings. Can you tell the jury what is stippling?
Yeah, stippling, as I said earlier, if a barrel tip is close enough, mainly you see this in handguns, but if a barrel tip is close enough at the time of discharge, then you can get some of the residues from the barrel tip at the time coming out of the cartridge case that can strike the skin surface. So gunpowder can strike the skin surface if the barrel tip is close enough. Now, long arm weapons like rifles, well, you've got a lot longer, and a lot of times there's less opportunity to see that gunpowder striking the skin surface.
And can you tell them what soot is?
I'm sorry? Soot would be that blackish material that can be on there when it's a contact wound or a near contact wound.
And you didn't see any soot on Mr. Noble's body?
No, ma'am.
And that's often indicative of how far someone is or how close someone is when they're shooting. Is that right?
Yeah, that gives you, if you see residue, it starts giving you an idea of how far away the barrel tip was at the time of discharge.
And on, I think you noted 13 wounds to Mr. Or 12 wounds, if I'm not mistaken.
13.
13, okay, on Mr. Noble's body. Out of the 13, you noted that there was like one that had a pseudo stippling,
Yeah.
correct? And you didn't know any of them were suits, is that correct?
Yeah, pseudo stippling, just to be clear, is not real stippling. It's some other material that has caused an impact to the skin surface, but it's not gunpowder.
And so that could have been if he was on laying on the seat or something,
Yeah, could be.
or it could have been glass.
Potentially, although I didn't see any glass on him, and sometimes it'll make a kind of definitive pattern. I didn't see that.
And you're going to approach the, excuse me. Now, Dr. Bernard, I know you said that you arbitrarily label the injuries. Is that correct?
Yeah, you got to pick a way to separate them.
Okay, and you label them from 1 to 13. Is that
Right.
right? And there is no way that you can tell the jury which injury happened first, right?
No, not based on this, no.
Okay, and you said that there was 5 injuries that were lethal.
4 or 5 that would have been more rapidly lethal than the others. Some of these could be lethal over a period of time. That is bleeding, infection, but those that would require emergent surgery, there were at least 4 of them.
Okay, and with those 4 injuries that would require emergency surgery, is there an estimated time based on your experience and training that someone, if they were able to receive help, could have survived?
Well, number one, I don't believe anybody could survive that.
Okay.
The others, you'd have to get in and operate on the liver, the intestines, but potentially you could get to an operating room and maybe they'd survive, maybe they wouldn't survive. But what I call number one, I don't believe any surgeon could save them.
And how quickly can someone bleed out from the other injuries, the other 3 injuries that you were seeing?
The others, well, that would be slower bleeding than through the heart. But it's trying to give you a specific time period. I wouldn't be able to do that. The liver is a very vascular organ, so you could bleed out quickly from those injuries.
Okay, and then the other, you noted that there were some superficial injuries as well. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that means that they didn't enter the body, it just kind of contacted the skin. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, they, some of these are at weird angles. They're hitting the hands, they're grazing the arm, like tin, which is already deformed by the time it hits the body, doesn't go very far. So,
Carritos, little overdressed with a glass bottle, no?
I'm just here to be with you, amigo. We're good on our own, but together, we're even better.
That's so cheesy. What?
Respect.
And Dr. Bernard, sometimes the ME goes out to a scene when injuries happen or when someone's death occurs. Did that happen in this case?
yeah, that's more on television.
Okay.
And in small jurisdictions where you don't have 5,000 autopsies in a year. I have gone to scenes, usually it was when there were police shootings, so you needed someone who was independent to go in. But in a case like this, plus being transported to the hospital, you're not going to the hospital on those.
So it's fair to say to this jury that you don't know anything about the case other than what the injuries were of Mr. Nolan. Is that correct?
Essentially, that's right. I mean, obviously, someone else shot him, but that would be the totality of it.
And you don't know who that person was that shot him. Is that correct?
No, I have no idea.
No further questions, John.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor. May this witness be excused.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. State, call your name, please.
State, call Dr. Graham. Doctor.
Doctor, would you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Doing fine. Thank you.
Would you please introduce yourself to this jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Randall Graham, Graham. First name Randall, Randall.
And Doctor, how are you currently employed?
I'm a neurosurgeon with the Methodist Health System here in Dallas.
And where are you coming from this morning?
From Methodist Dallas Hospital.
And I apologize. Did you have surgery this morning?
I did, yes.
And what type of surgeon are you?
I'm a neurosurgeon.
I apologize, Your Honor. I'm just trying to reopen my PowerPoint. And so the jury just heard from Dr. Murd3r, medical examiner, retired with Dallas County. Neurosurgeon, you're a brain surgeon, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to kind of just jump right into things because I know you've had a busy day, and I appreciate you coming down. November 11th of 2020. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
And I'm going to put this calendar that's in for demonstrative purposes up and put it up next to you. November 11th of 2020. What were you doing that morning?
Center.
And where is that at?
That is near the intersection of I-20.
Doing morning rounds, surgery that morning, if you remember.
That morning I had morning rounds, and I think I had a small operation that I had to do.
Okay. And at some point, did you begin to leave to go to another facility?
Yes,
Or hospital, excuse me.
Yes, I left Methodist Charlton to go to Methodist Dallas.
And how did you, what roads did you take to get there?
So from Methodist Charlton, I took I-67 north, and that joins into I-35 north.
And as you were driving north on I-35, did anything happen out of the ordinary?
Yes.
What happened that morning?
So as I was going northbound on I-35 in 2020, there was quite a bit of construction on that highway around that time. And I recall as I was going northbound, I heard what I would describe as repetitive, loud, banging sounds. And it was not clear to me exactly what types of sounds those were. I just assumed maybe it was something from the construction. Then suddenly traffic slowed down, which again, not terribly unusual for there being so much construction there, but being a little bit unusual for the time of day, which was around noon. And then suddenly traffic pretty much came to almost a stop. I want to stop you right there for a second. When you originally heard those sounds, and anything in your mind, what did you think those sounds were? At the time, I really thought it was just something to do with the construction. I didn't have any sort of context or knowledge of what that sound was. And as you talked about the highway there, were there any shoulders or any sides? I mean, or was the highway kind of completely under construction at that time? Do you remember? Yes, at that time there were no shoulders. It was almost a sort of an overpass situation with guards on each side. And so as the traffic comes to a stop in front of you, is anything going through your mind at that moment that this is anything but traffic or anything like that? At that instant, I thought it was just traffic from construction at that instant. And then as you, did you come to a complete stop there? I did. Okay. And what happened once you came to a complete stop? Shortly after coming to a complete stop, there was an even louder sound of essentially almost an explosion on my windshield. And that was a very different sound, followed by some glass and shrapnel pretty much going into my face and neck. At first I didn't really know what was going on until I looked on the windshield and saw a hole in the windshield. And I just immediately thought that must have been a gunshot. And once you saw this thing that you believe might be a gunshot or must have been a gunshot, did you look around and see anything out of the ordinary? Yes, very shortly after that, a black male essentially sprinted by my vehicle, in front of my vehicle, in front of the passenger side, and ran alongside the passenger side of my vehicle. And then chasing him was another black male with what appeared to be an automatic rifle. And the second gentleman stopped at the front passenger headlight of my car, and he appeared to take aim, and he took what I remember to be 2 shots. And then he turned and actually looked at me through the windshield. He was wearing a mask, and we locked eyes for probably a second or two, and then he turned around and ran off, going northbound. And what was going through your mind at that moment? I mean, I really thought that was going to be the end of my life. So, I want to back up just a second. As you come to a stop, do you remember which lane you were in? I was in the left lane. Okay. And when you first saw the first black male running towards you, do you remember what side of the vehicle he was on? If you're looking for, was he on your left-hand side or right-hand side originally? Right-hand side. Okay. And the individual, second black male that came running by, was he on the left-hand side or right-hand side? Also the right-hand side. Okay. And so as they ran past, do you know how far the first male got past you? I don't recall. Okay.
as far as the shooter, did he ever go past your front right passenger door?
I don't think he did. I think he took those final shots and then went the other way.
Mercury has been marked as State's Exhibit 47. Do you recognize the vehicle in State's Exhibit 47?
Yes, I do.
And I have a smaller photo here just of that. Do you see that?
Yes.
State's 47 is already in evidence. Whose vehicle is that right there?
At the time, that was my vehicle.
Okay. And did you know that the victim was laying there behind the back right tire when you were in your car?
I did not.
At this point, it appears that the gunman is gone, correct?
Correct.
What were you doing at this moment when you were in your car, if you remember?
I remember collecting my thoughts, or trying to, for a few seconds. And then I called 911 from my car.
And then from this spot right here, at what point did you realize that the victim was on the ground at or near this location?
I didn't realize that until much later.
Okay. And did you stay here in your vehicle?
Sorry, what was-
Did you stay right here in your vehicle that we see in State's Exhibit 47?
At this moment, when this picture was taken, I must have been in the vehicle still, in the driver's seat.
And
Yes.
why do you say that you must have been in the vehicle still?
Well, after I talked to the 911 dispatcher, I actually pulled forward and pulled my vehicle over towards that right guardrail, probably about 25 yards northbound of that.
Okay, so we see that vehicle to the right-hand side.
Correct.
Is that where we see the billboard kind of in that area? Is that kind of where you move your vehicle?
Yes.
Now, Doctor, I think last time we met, I showed you a video of yourself out there. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You see kind of your blinker on there in the video with the victim on the ground. So when you pulled over, we're looking now at a photo, a live photo from an iPhone. Had the victim been moved, or is that where he was at in relation to your car? And your car is just now not the picture. That makes sense.
Correct.
That's that question.
No, I understand the question. From my recollection, the victim was not moved.
And so we don't see your car here anymore, but it's not that it just disappeared. You moved your car, correct?
Correct. My car would be in front of that silver truck.
The silver, it looks like a four-door Ford truck with the van and the green shirt.
Correct.
And so that last, or the, in State's Exhibit 47, you can actually see the billboard that's on the other side of the truck a little bit better. But can you describe to the jury what you're doing in this video with the victim?
So I'm administering CPR.
And at what point did you realize, how did you find out that the victim was on the ground right there?
Well, after I pulled my car over, I got out of my car, and there was a group of Hispanic women they were screaming in Spanish, and one of them actually grabbed me, and she must have seen me wearing scrubs and pointed over to what was the victim, and he was laying on the ground, and so that's when I approached him.
Now, you talked about when what must have been a bullet struck your car, you were hit with debris or shrapnel. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Did you know how
seriously you had been shot or wounded at that point?
I did not.
But you still got out of your vehicle and came over and started performing life-saving measures?
Yes.
Attempting life-saving measures?
Yes.
Explain that, just how that works in that situation for yourself.
Well, I mean, I think there was a lot of adrenaline in this situation. You know, it was all very confusing. And it's just, I think at that time, you know, what people do under situations of that type of stress is they sort of go back into their most basic training. And so, you know, for pretty much all my adult life, I've been trained to try to help people who are in dire medical situations like this.
And when you were trying to do what you could in this situation, based off what you were observing as a neurosurgeon, as a doctor, what did you observe as far as what the victim was presenting as far as symptoms or signs of trauma?
Well, there were multiple wounds. He was completely soaked in blood. There was quite a bit of blood on the pavement, and he really wasn't breathing normally.
And when you say he wasn't breathing normally, what do you mean by that?
Well, in situations of severe brain damage, we see this pretty frequently. There's a phenomenon called agonal respirations, where it almost looks like the victim or the patient is taking these very short gulps of breath, or attempting to take very short gulps of breath with long, kind of several second breathless intervals in between them. And that's a sign that the overwhelming majority of brain tissue has been completely starved of oxygen, and the very basic primitive respiratory centers in what's called the brainstem are trying to initiate breaths. And so that reflex causes the diaphragm to spasm. Those aren't functional breaths. They don't actually get enough oxygen to the lungs, and they don't actually clear enough carbon dioxide, but it's recognizable as a very short, very dramatic gulp, or almost like a bucking type of maneuver. And that was already obvious in this gentleman.
When somebody presents with these signs of trauma and symptoms, even with all of your training and background and experience, was there anything that you could have done in this situation?
It's highly doubtful. I don't think I've ever seen someone survive once those respirations have been that obvious. I don't think I've seen someone actually survive.
I'll pass it with Charlie.
Good afternoon, Dr. Graham. I just want to ask just a couple of questions about what you observed. What you said is that you saw two people running, is that right?
Correct.
And they were running towards you, correct?
Yes,
There was one person in front and one person behind, correct?
that's right.
The person in front, what did they have in their hands?
I don't remember seeing anything in his hands.
Okay, do you remember seeing a weapon?
I don't.
Do you remember seeing a cell phone?
I do not.
Do you remember seeing a bag?
No, I do not.
Did you observe the person that was running towards you in the front? Did you observe them at a vehicle?
I did not observe them in a vehicle.
Did you observe them near a vehicle?
No, I did not.
Okay. The second person that was running behind the first person, did you observe that person in a vehicle?
I did not.
So you did